just outside of Richmond, where tonight it's a much-anticipated matchup as one of Virginia's top teams, the Highland Spring Springers, play host to one of West Virginia's top teams, our Martinsburg Bulldogs. For Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 Sports, I'm Matt Miller, along with Spencer Dupuis. Running cameras today, Donald Kinney, little Colin Schaffner, big Colin McLaughlin will be on that sideline as well, not only running a camera, but providing us with some sideline reports. Our on-site producer is Donna Schaffner, and Nick Verzolini is our engineer back at the studio. Well, the special units are out right now, beginning their warm-ups as we get ready for this one. And Spencer, it's a matchup that has been looked forward to since 2019 when this contract was signed. They were supposed to meet to open the season last year, but the COVID virus changed that as Highland Springs played a spring season in 2021, and Martinsburg had that COVID-shortened season last year in which they went 5-1. Finally, here, now, in week number 4 of the season, these two teams get together.
Yeah, they do get together, and what a beautiful sight. Highland Springs just recently opened their brand new school, brand new turf field out here, great facility.
Absolutely, and just the third game that they will play here on this brand new field, and yeah, it is exceptional. The facilities are great. They built the new high school right next to the old high school. Will continue apparently to use the old school in some way as it will go through some renovations, but a beautiful facility and a great atmosphere for what should be a great game here this evening. 2 wins, 1 loss on the season, the record for the Springers coming in. They dropped their opener, but Spencer, it was not just any opener to the season. They faced a team called Julius Chambers out of North Carolina, who at the time was ranked number 21 in the nation, according to some of those high school websites and pundit polls and so forth, and they were right in that game, falling only 24-13, and what really got them were big plays. They gave up a 78, 80, and 70-yard touchdown pass in the course of that game, and when we talked with head coach Britt Sherman of Martinsburg, he commented about how they were in that game and had opportunities in that game. That tells you what type of team Martinsburg is going to face here in this one.
Yeah, and you know, this is a perennial power in the state of Virginia. They're often in the hunt for the state tournament in 5A against teams that, you know, Martinsburg's familiar with, like Tuscarora and Stonebridge and, you know, those Northern Virginia teams.
For Martinsburg, they will come in undefeated, 3 wins and no losses. Already a win against a Virginia power in Salem, knocking off the Spartans on the road that opened the season back on the 27th of August. 35-21 was the victory in that one. Then came a 56-14 win at Musselman. And last week, Martinsburg in their home opener, one of only 4 home games at Coburn Field this season, defeated Sharando 58-7. So the Dogs on a bit of a roll and really looking to be tested in this one today. We mentioned the loss against Julius Chambers. For the Springers, they bounced back with an equally impressive performance in a win against a very good Manchester team. 27-20 was the final in that one. And then last weekend at Prince George, a 45-19 win. So really got the offense going in that one. Anxious to see how this one plays out here today. Let's go to Colin McLaughlin. He is just outside of our press box where a little bit of sunshine seems to be working its way through the cloud cover. Colin, you've been down there. Tell us what the field is like as we have had some rain.
Thank you, Matt and Spencer. Yeah, sun's finally coming out here as we had some rain on the way in, and rain for the most part up until about probably 20 minutes or so ago. That field's still a little bit wet, including the track, so it's going to be slippery. Brand new turf, very short. You can see a lot of pellets if you walk through it as well. I don't know if it's dirt because it does not look like any rubber pellets, so it's going to be interesting to see if any traction issues will be a key in this matchup. Back to you guys.
Certainly weather does not look to be an issue. Right now, 77. Our kickoff temperature should be about 75 with partly sunny skies, just a 10% chance of showers as we go through the evening. All right, let's take a break. On the other side, we'll see what else is going on around the Eastern Panhandle with our check of the area schedule. The pregame show brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems. They provide custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater, networking, audio, video distribution, and more. Phone them at 304-350-1931 or visit WHMsystems.com. This is West Virginia High School Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at whmsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve. That's what we mean by treating you like family.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
We'll move to Musselman as the Applemen are coming off of a 47-12 loss to Jefferson. Head coach Brian Thomas says that his team needs to execute better despite being shorthanded due to a lot of injuries.
I think every aspect, offensively, we're not consistent enough. We have big plays, but until we can be more consistent from down to down and put drives together, then we're not going to be successful. So hopefully we can do that.
Coach Thomas says he sees a lot of good things out of the Sharando team, especially since the teams have played two common opponents.
Well, they're 0-3. I think everybody, kind of thinks like, the first thing I say is, they're having a down year, but they've lost to three really good teams. We have a common opponents in Martinsburg and Jefferson. We both lost to them, and then they lost to James Wood, and we beat Spring Mills. They lost to three. James Wood's a really good ball club. They've lost to three really good teams. So they're still good. They have, they're one of the fastest kids on film that I've seen. Just a very explosive receiver. I think he's going to Virginia Tech. So, they still have ball players. They still have kids. They still have kids. They still do a lot of things and present a lot of problems. It's just the fact that, I think they're kind of like us. They've got a pretty tough schedule to start off with. And they haven't had some breaks in having some swings go their way.
The Hedgesville Eagles come into their Week 4 matchup at Morgantown, riding high on a 2-game win streak. But head coach Matt Faircloth knows that Morgantown is going to be hungry for a win, coming in 0-2.
They play two tough opponents, so they're battle-tested in the first 2 games of the year, especially with a real athletic South Charleston team. And then, Bridgeport's always tough, and I think they've faced 2 opponents that, prepare them for what we're going to do. And at the end of the day, Morgantown's always going to be, that program in the state where, they're going to be good because they're going to get the numbers out. They're going to have quality players, and it's a perennial power in the state for many years. So for us, we want to go compete and give ourselves a chance to win the game, and it'll be a measuring stick to see how far we've come.
Coach Faircloth says that he sees a lot of similarities between his team and this Morgantown team.
They want to pound the football. They're in the double wing, and they're going to come downhill at you. They're going to try to do the same things that we do up front. They want to own the line of scrimmage. For us, it's going to be stay in discipline, alignment, assignment, football, rallying to the football pursuit. And, we can't make big mistakes, keep penalties down like we did this past week, and make a few big plays, and I think we give ourselves a chance.
We'll finish this check of the area schedule with the big EPAC matchup this week that pits the Spring Mills Cardinals against the undefeated Jefferson Cougars. Head coach of the Spring Mills Cardinals, Josh Sims, says Jefferson Cougars quarterback Sammy Roberts can do some great things along with other playmakers on their offense.
Oh, he's definitely got a laser for an arm. And, again, like you said, you can tell he's been playing the position for a couple years. You're not seeing a lot of mistakes from him. He gets rid of the ball on time. He's not hanging on to it too long. But, what I saw, too, they got a pretty good little running back there. So, they got a running game to, supplement their passing game. Obviously, like I said, they got some very speedy receivers. That number 23 out there was very good last year. It looks like he's improved. So, again, we're going to have to play disciplined football, all 11 guys and for 4 quarters.
Coach Sims says this could be a week where they could make a statement win in the EPAC to upset an undefeated Jefferson team.
We try to develop a mindset that, every week's important, and with us still being somewhat of a younger school, every week's an opportunity to make a statement. But, obviously with Jefferson being 3-0, and, kind of putting it on Musselman, we're obviously looking at this as a game where we can really kind of make, I would say, that comeback after that week 1 loss.
Head coach of the Jefferson Cougars, Craig Hunter, says the team continues to play humble and hungry after their 3-0 start this year.
My focus point this week was to be humble and hungry. Stay humble and continue to be hungry throughout this week. So that's what we're going to plan on doing, is staying humble and then continuing to be hungry throughout this week as we get planned for Spring Mills, as we get planned past Spring Mills. That's our main focus and goal.
Coach Hunter says that the Cougars need to control their running game in order to get a victory this week.
I think just the way they try to run the ball and get you moving horizontally and then come back with some misdirection. I think they have decent speed. So I think they'll just try to, they try to get on the outside on you and try to make big plays happen. We just got to contain their speed and try to shut down their running game the best we can and try to contain Jameer Hunter, who's been a good receiver for them over the last couple of years.
That was a check of the area schedule brought to you by Rock's Local Markets with convenient locations around the Eastern Panhandle. Rock's, fast, fresh, friendly. Once again, our matchup tonight is Martinsburg at Highland Springs in Virginia. We will continue to preview the matchup coming up next in the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. You're listening to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Nothing goes better with football than chicken. From Pee Wee to the big boys to the wing T formation. Oh my, fumbling, bumbling, stumbling.
Omaha! Omaha!
Rock's Local Market.
Looking to buy a home in the Eastern Panhandle? Having trouble getting your house sold? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as the #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Phone 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg has a brand new list of daily specials. Monday, stop on in for burger night or enjoy a nice juicy steak every Tuesday and Wednesday. The Palace Lounge also offers freshly steamed shrimp Thursdays and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Sunday is all-day breakfast and there are drink specials daily too. So come enjoy the Palace Lounge. You can find them on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard.
Of the Springers of Highland Springs High School. Tonight, they play host to the Martinsburg Bulldogs in what should be an exciting matchup of two powerhouse teams in their respective states and two teams that no doubt have a lot of talent at the skill positions and can get up and down the field in a hurry. And Spencer, that is the question going into this one, is how will it play out? Will this be a game in which the defenses are able to contain big plays and keep this a relatively low-scoring game, or will this be a game in which the athletes do their thing and we end up in a shootout?
Yeah, I mean, that's something definitely to look at, because if you look at Highland Springs right now, they've had 85 points for, but had 56 points against. So they're giving up some points, not too many points, but they're giving up some points this year.
Yeah, giving up about 21 a game while scoring about 28.3. But once again, remember the very tough competition that they played, especially in those first 2 weeks when they gave up 24 points in a loss against Julius Chambers and 20 in a win against Manchester. It is a team that certainly has the making for big plays. When you look at the athletes up and down this roster, looking at some various sites, there are as many as 9 to 10 players, depending on where you look, that are being considered right now as Division I prospects. And the one young man that's already made his commit to play for the Virginia Tech Hokies is Rashad Purnell. He is a defensive lineman, and, man, the Dogs are going to have to account for him. The senior goes 6'4" and about 255. He is going to be pretty good coming off that edge.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be good, and if he's going to Virginia Tech, he's got to be great. Virginia Tech, one of the best schools in the state of Virginia, Division I-wise, and they're a great team. They only get great talent, so he's got to be a great talent.
Well, and not surprising either when you consider that his head coach, Lauren Johnson, is also a player that went to Virginia Tech. He played for the Hokies back in 1995 through 1998, and the former defensive back now in his 14th season leading this program. And how about that record? 135 wins to just 24 losses. We mentioned these two teams being perennial powers in their respective states and classes within their states. Highland Springs is a Virginia 5A school, right now ranked number 2 here in their classification and number 5 overall in the state. And it is a team very much like Martinsburg. How about 79 wins in their last 85 games since 2015? And since that time, they have been in 5 of the last 6 state championship games here in Virginia, winning 4 in a row in 2015, 16, 17, and 18. They lost in the second round in 2019, and in 2020, which was actually the spring of this year in 2021, they went 9-1 and lost 13-10 against Stonebridge and finished as the state runner-ups. So this is a perennial power program, much like Martinsburg. So there you go. That is a look at the Springers. We'll continue to find out more about them in just a moment, as we will send it back to the studio and bring you our interview with head coach Johnson, as we had a chance to speak with him earlier this week. Our pregame is brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater, networking, audio, video distribution, and more. Phone 304-350-1931 or visit WHMsystems.com. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio, WRNR and TV10.
The right attorney can make all the difference in the outcome of your case.
I called Sutton and Janelle, the best lawyers you could ask for.
Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. 70 years of collective legal experience. Family law, criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, and mediation.
Sutton and Janelle got the most favorable outcome I could have expected.
Visit Sutton and Janelle's new historic location, 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Online at suttonandjanelle.com. Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. They value your rights and are passionate about your success.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
WVU Medicine continues to expand to meet the needs of our growing community. We're excited to offer high-quality health care in the Shepherdstown area at our new medical office facility located on Route 45 West at 60 McLean Way. Services available at the new WVU Medicine Shepherdstown location include primary care, behavioral health and psychiatry, and specialty care. Plus, 2 departments of Berkeley Medical Center are on-site, lab services, and x-ray services available weekdays 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Make an appointment today at WVUMedicine.org.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
We welcome you back into the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. Time now to hear from Highland Springers head coach Lauren Johnson in his 14th season leading the program. Our conversation brought to you by Parsons Ford on Shepherdstown Road just east of Martinsburg. They became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons. Coach, you guys obviously aren't going to duck any competition. When I look at your first couple of games of the season, how have you already been battle-tested this year?
Well, I'll tell you this, our kids have had the opportunity to play some good teams, play against some teams that are really, really fast, play against some teams that run the ball well, and really just do a phenomenal job in all phases of the game. So it's put our kids in a position where they've had to learn a little bit more, and experience, to me, is probably the best thing that any football player can have. So they've been in some tough situations, been in some 2-minute situations, 4-minute situations, and they've excelled sometimes, and sometimes they haven't excelled. So with everything that we do at our football program, learning is key, and it gives us an opportunity to grow as football players. So those moments that you consider battle-tested have all been learning lessons for us.
You mentioned being through some tough times. Clearly, last season was very difficult as you had to wait through the fall and not get a chance to play until spring, and now it's been a short turnaround heading into this fall. What's that been like?
It's been tough, and I think it's been tough for anybody that's playing high school football in America that's had some rules placed on them that are normally not in place. And also during the pandemic, we had a new school that was built. So we didn't have a football field. We were traveling, playing every game away. We were practicing on a baseball field sometimes, also playing, and practicing at our rivals' high schools. So that was a little bit, getting bussed over there, waiting until they finished practice to practice. So there are a lot of different things that came up during the entire pandemic time. But getting back to normal and putting ourselves in position to play football in the fall with fans in the stands is something that we've been waiting for. So on the front end, it was very, very difficult and very hard to manage. On the back end, it's been very rewarding. So we're excited about the opportunity to continue playing in the stadium at the new school, and being able to walk on our field. We said it just last night, leaving practice. It's great to be on our home field, practicing and preparing for a big game.
This is a great matchup when we look at it on paper. For our fans in this area that don't know much about Highland Springs football, what is it that they can expect to see on the field?
Well, that varies now. And the reason I said it varies, you're talking about 15, 16, 17-year-old men, young men that who knows what's going on. But what we like, the brand of football we like to play is very smart, intelligent football, physical football, with an opportunity to eliminate big plays, and then also, an opportunity to make big plays. We pride ourselves on, controlling the ball if we possibly can, if our opponent allows that, and then throwing the ball over top if we have the opportunity to. So there's a mixture of everything in our football program. I'm a Virginia Tech former player, and I'm a Frank Beamer guy, so we spend a lot of time on special teams, as does Martinsburg. So we're very aware of what they do and how they prepare and the little things that they get their team ready for. So we kind of do some of those same things. So I'm excited about the contest. I'm excited about the testing itself and looking forward to a lot of fun on Friday night.
Yeah, what is it that you see in Martinsburg? Are there some similarities with even things that you like to do?
Oh, absolutely. I mentioned it just a second ago. Special teams is big. They do a lot of different things on special teams. They're moving the ball around. They're pop-up kicking. They're kicking it deep. They're using a little muddle huddle. They trick plays all over the field. So those are things that I like, and that comes from my time at Virginia Tech playing under Coach Beamer. I've grown to love special teams a whole lot, and that's something that I take control of and try to coach myself. In addition, I like their offense. I like what they're doing. They got some playmakers. They 2-quarterback system that makes it, very unique to kind of, pin your ears back and just get after one guy. But it works, and it works very well for them. So we're very aware of that as well. And then the defense, they just in your face and they get after it. So we know for us to be successful, we got to make sure we play all 3 phases of the game, or they're going to come out here with a victory.
Coach Johnson, thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it and look forward to meeting you all.
And that is Highland Springs head coach Lauren Johnson. Our conversation brought to you by Parsons Ford on Shepherdstown Road just east of Martinsburg. They became number 1 by making you number 1 first, Parsons. We've got more of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show coming up. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
Spring Valley Farm and Orchard in beautiful Hampshire County is owned by the Cooks, Eli and Misty, and their 3 children who farm on 820 acres and grow fresh peaches, apples, corn, tomatoes, melons, squash, zucchini, beans, and more. Spring Valley Farm Market has a new location at 1793 Dry Run Road in Martinsburg and a Winchester location too. Open Monday through Saturday 9 until 5 and Sunday 9 to 4. For the freshest, highest quality fruit and produce, shop Spring Valley Farm Market. Buy fresh, buy local.
I have somewhat of an aggressive personality. People will tell you that it's not always a good thing. I wanted to have a clothing line that represented me and what I am, but also somebody else. When I came up with aggressive, it stands for actively giving, righteously executing, and sincerely vigorous. Anybody can do that. From a small child doing a good deed or holding the door for someone, or to having somebody pump gas for somebody else. Anybody can do that. Aggressive Clothing is a company that I started to try to be able to give back to local vets, first responders, and law enforcement. My grandfather and 7 other brothers of his were all in the Navy. They were in Pearl Harbor, and this was my way to be able to give back, whether it be doing charitable donations or networking, helping them get jobs, anything I can do to help.
We welcome you back into Highland Springs. Ready for today's matchup as the Springers play host to the Martinsburg Bulldogs. Along with Spencer Dupuy, I'm Matt Miller. Donald Kinney, little Colin Schaffner, and big Colin McLaughlin down on the sidelines running some cameras. Donnie's upstairs on our main camera. Donna Schaffner is our on-site producer. Nick Verzolini, our engineer, back at the studio. All right, Spencer, let's break down these Martinsburg Bulldogs just a little bit. They've kind of gotten into high gear, if you will, after that hard-fought 35-21 win against Salem, 56 points against Musselman, 58 against Sharando. So they're up to 149 points, or an average of just under 50 a game, while giving up just 42 points, or about 14 a game. They will be tested by this Springers team, though, here tonight.
Yeah, they definitely will be tested tonight. I think if you can get the running game going, and if Braxton Todd is doing what he can do tonight, then I think they'll be able to have a good running game tonight, and he can take over the game possibly.
Both of these teams certainly would like to run the football if the defenses will allow them to do that, if their offensive lines can establish themselves and make that happen. But both of these teams have the capability that should they not be able to run, or even if that running game is going well, that's when they can lull you to sleep, so to speak, pull up those linebackers, pull up that secondary, and then go deep. This is a Martinsburg team that is averaging 238 yards a game on the ground, but they're also averaging 298 through the air. Let's see if the two-quarterback system for the Bulldogs can get going tonight with that aerial attack.
Yeah, I think if you use the two-quarterback system, you'll have to see how it plays out, but I think they go more towards Clement this game.
Murphy Clement, a little more of a running quarterback along with the passing. He has completed 88% of his passes, a limited number, 15 completions, 17 attempts. He has thrown for 5 touchdowns, 292 yards. Ezra Bajent will be the starting quarterback. He's 42 of 62. That is just under 68% completion percentage, 602 yards. He has also thrown for 5 touchdowns and just 1 interception. You've got Hudson Clement and Roman Pearson leading the way in that Bulldog receiving core, and looking for big games out of those guys as well. On the defensive side of the football, keep an eye out, obviously, for Aiden Fleming and what he can do along that interior of the Bulldog defensive line. Eric King has been a beast. Christian Slack in there as well. This is a defensive line that will face a pretty stiff test today against a good line for Highland Springs. That battle of the line of scrimmage, obviously, always so key as to who is going to get the victory, and I'm sure that will play out the same in this one. We talked about what Highland Springs has been able to do, winners of 79 of their last 85 games, add in that 2014 season, and it's 89 wins in 96 games. Well, Martinsburg has won 64 of their last 65 games coming into this one, and if you stretch it all the way back to 2010 when they began that run of winning state championships, as Martinsburg has been in that title game 12 times since 2001, but you look at 2010, 11, 12, and 13, winning 4 straight titles. Did it again in 16, 17, 18, and 19. Last year, the season wiped out early by COVID. Otherwise, looked like they might be on another run for a state title. The Dogs, since that 2010 season, 137 wins and just 8 losses out of 145 games. 2 strong traditions getting ready to butt heads or bang helmets, if you will, here tonight. All right, let's send it back to the studio. We will hear from Martinsburg head coach Britt Sherman. We'll also be talking with Murphy Clement in our In the Huddle segment. That is after this 2-minute timeout. It's West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve. That's what we mean by treating you like
Home helpers of the Eastern Panhandle, making life easier for you, your family, and especially your loved ones that need their care. They are locally owned and searching for smiling faces to hire so that your loved one can stay in their home where they are the happiest.
Call 304-433-8000 or visit homehelpershomecare.com/panhandle. Or you can visit them at 3192 Winchester Avenue right here in Martinsburg. Each office is independently owned and operated.
We welcome you back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, coming your way from In the End Zone as we talk with Martinsburg head coach Britt Sherman. Our conversation brought to you by Parsons Ford. They're on Shepherdstown Road, just east of Martinsburg. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons. Coach, a 3-0 start to the season with an impressive win against Sharando last week. Over 600 yards of offense and very balanced in your attack. Give us an idea of the execution that you saw from your team.
You know, just a lot of really good effort. I thought both Azerbaijan and Murphy Clement had really good games at quarterback, and Braxton had a lot of just big chunk yardage. You know, didn't get the end zone running the ball, but did a really good job just getting up the field and getting a lot of chunk yardage. And we were blocking really well at the point of attack, and then blocking really well in the secondary. And you know, we ran good routes, caught the ball. Thought overall it was really good. I think had one fumble, but other than that, played pretty well.
What is the challenge when you're running a 2-quarterback system like that, making sure that the guys, you know, get into a rhythm when they're on the field?
You know, they've been doing it now for, you know, we've been doing flex practices since May. So, you know, I think they are in a pretty good rhythm. And, you know, once they get in there, once I see who's more comfortable against the opponent, that guy gets a little bit more reps. But they're both going to play, and they're both really good quarterbacks. So they're going to do well.
Let's go to the defensive side of the football. Your defensive front in particular has spent a lot of time in opponents' backfields. That obviously frees up a very good linebacking core. What is it that they are able to do working together that has made them so successful?
Well, they've just finally bought into what we're doing defensively. And, you know, Coach Ash, Coach O, and those defensive guys have worked with them a lot since the, you know, beginning of flex days and things like that to build on what we did last year with the new install of the defense we're running now. So I think they're just getting more comfortable with it, and instead of thinking, they're just, you know, reacting and attacking and just doing a really good job of getting off the ball.
Your thoughts on special forces a couple of weeks ago against Musselman? Clearly some mistakes in the early going. How pleased were you with the way you played on special teams?
A lot better. We still had a couple, you know, really long returns on kickoff return, and we're just not doing a very good job of seeing where the ball's going and going to the ball. We're just kind of running down the field and watching the game. So we've made some changes, and, you know, that's what it's all about. You gotta see what's going on, and you got to make changes, and you got to adjust to them, and just try to make the team as good as you can make it with the personnel you have.
Arguably your biggest test of the season so far comes Friday night with a matchup at Highland Springs. This was much anticipated a year ago, did not get to happen. How anxious are you to get out there and face them?
Well, you know, it's going to be a great challenge, and they're a really, really good team. And, you know, when we scheduled this game back in early spring of 2020, you know, we talked about it, and the administration and the coaching staff, and we're like, yeah, we want a challenge. We want to challenge ourselves. We want to, you know, see where our program's at, and you know, I think that's what's going to happen this Friday.
What is it that you see in them? How similar are they in some of the things that they do?
We're pretty similar, but they have a lot of team speed. Their team speed, and, you know, overall, you know, we're going to have to probably change a couple blocking schemes, because normally we'll go backside on somebody and, you know, just try to block somebody with a front side linebacker or something, and that's not going to happen with these guys because they just move so well. And, you know, it's almost like watching a small college defense with being able to put their safeties back because they can close so quickly. And, you know, it's just not a typical high school defense. So they're really good, and, you know, it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be fun going against them.
Do you like it being on the road? I mean, obviously you're looking forward to them coming here next year, but, you know, being on the road, does that kind of help unite your team in the travel and the prep and so forth?
Well, I talked to an old baseball coach the other day. He said, you know, I like the way trips because you just show up and play. And, you know, I like being at home. I do like being at home a lot. But, you know, with traveling, you know, you worry about a little bit of packing food and doing stuff like that. But then you show up and you get to play. You don't have to worry about, you know, somebody not playing the warm-up music and you know, some other stuff, getting the field ready and all that. So, yeah, sometimes it does take a little stress off of you just to show up and play. And as long as you travel well, you know, the field there is 53.5 yards wide and 120 yards long, so it should be, the same as here, just taking a little trip.
You bring your tape measure like the old Hoosiers movie, or?
I should one day get out the long one.
Coach, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you, Matt.
That is Britt Sherman joining us from In the End Zone. Our conversation brought to you by Parsons Ford on Shepherdstown Road, just east of Martinsburg. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons. We've got more of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show coming up. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV 10.
Looking to buy a home in the Eastern Panhandle? Having trouble getting your house sold? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as the #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Phone 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Conveniently located at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, Sunset Car Wash's staff specializes in keeping your car clean. From our famous 3-minute cloth wash to our touchless automatic and 6 self-serve bays, we offer whatever preference you have for your car wash needs. If your vehicle could talk, it would say, "Take me to Sunset Car Wash." That's Sunset Car Wash at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, locally owned and operated.
Whether you're heading to a high school, college, or professional football game, Johnny's has all your tailgating go-tos. Delicious wings, meatballs, shrimp, burgers, and dogs. Plus, Johnny's has everything you need to serve it all up. Party trays, utensils, plates, cups, and more. Stop by either of our 2 great locations, 1456 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg and Route 11 South in Chambersburg.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
We're back again on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, going in the huddle, as today we talk with Murphy Clement, Martinsburg quarterback and linebacker. Our conversation brought to you by the Mirius Group and Ameriprise Financial Advisors John Everson and Phil McCoy. They're at 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Murphy, let's start with your game last week. 4 touchdown passes and really throwing the ball well. Give us an idea of what you were seeing.
They just kept backing off on the screens. We had those wide open all game, and then once we started running the screens a lot, they started coming up, and then we hit JB deep on the one fade he had, and then just anytime we get close to the goal line, we start maxing up front, and then having the 2 running backs right there.
You run the football very well out of that quarterback position. Do you like one over the other as far as maybe running that football or throwing that football?
Honestly, I like running it, but it's fun to throw a deep pass down the sideline for a touchdown. Yeah.
How about the fact that you and Ezra work together and take turns in there? You're each getting reps. Is that challenging? Is it fun? How do you guys work together?
At first, it was getting a little frustrating, but then we noticed how to support each other, and when someone else was doing good, realized that we need to keep going and keep playing.
Take us to the defensive side of the football, and what is it that you enjoy about your position and the way this defense has come out playing?
They moved me down to linebacker the other game, and it was just nice to actually be able to get in there and actually tackle him. And then for the defense, I like how we have 2 safeties with me and Hudson over top, and then the 2 lockdown corners. And yeah.
You mentioned Hudson. That is your brother. How much fun is it when you get a chance to throw to him on offense, but as you just mentioned, play side by side with him on defense?
Very fun, because it's like we have this connection that everyone says, the Clement connection. Yeah, I feel like I always know where he's at on the field, know if he's open or not, and I can always trust him.
You pick on each other a little bit out there, though, too?
Yeah.
Challenge each other, so to
Yeah,
speak?
get under each other's skin in practice.
So you go home after a game and tell them, hey, man, I did a better job than you?
Yeah,
and
too.
Motivate you then
Yeah.
each game. Hey, what is it you see in Highland Springs? How much do you look forward to this matchup?
I'm really excited because it's one of the first teams that actually want to air it out and pass it on our defense, and we're going to see how that unloads.
I asked Coach about the aspect of having this one on the road. What are your thoughts when it comes to a road game like this, hanging with your teammates all day, the bus travel, the getting there, the being in a different atmosphere? Do you like all that?
Yeah, I like it a lot, and I think the team likes it, traveling along there and then stopping like halfway through, chilling out for a little bit, and then getting there, ready for the game, getting pumped.
And Bulldog Nation bringing a couple of buses, so you know you're going to have that fan support.
Yep.
Murphy, thank you so much for your time.
You're
We wish you
welcome.
best in the
Thank
game.
you.
Murphy Clement joining us here in the huddle. Our segment brought to you by the Mirius Group and Ameriprise Financial Advisors John Everson and Phil McCoy. Phone them at 304-263-4343. We've got more of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show coming up. It's West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV10.
The right attorney can make all the difference in the outcome of your case.
I called Sutton and Janelle, the best lawyers you could ask for.
Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. 70 years of collective legal experience. Family law, criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, and mediation.
Sutton and Janelle got the most favorable outcome I could have expected.
Visit Sutton and Janelle's new historic location, 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Online at suttonandjanelle.com. Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. They value your rights and are passionate about your success.
Mayhem is everywhere. I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
The Mid-Atlantic Group has been serving the area's insurance needs for 40 years. We are an independent insurance agency, therefore we can offer insurance from many insurance companies, find the right coverage at the right price with easy payment plan. Located at 201 West Martin Street in Martinsburg, the Mid-Atlantic Group is easily accessible from Morgan, Jefferson, and Berkeley County. To set up an appointment with a local insurance professional, give them a call today at 304-267-8989. That's the Mid-Atlantic Group at 201 West Martin Street in Martinsburg. Let them help insure you today.
This is Matt Miller, along with my wife, Dale.
As homeowners, we've been through the mortgage process several times, and each time we went to Mark and Cheryl Savitt at the Mortgage Center.
They treat you like family with personal one-on-one service, walking with you through the process from application to settlement.
Plus, low interest rates and closing costs.
The Mortgage Center is on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Phone 304-267-9040.
Or online at mortgagefinancing.com. NMLS number 237527, equal housing lender.
Martinsburg Bulldogs. Time for our keys to the game, and brought to you by the Mortgage Center on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg. The key to buying the right home is securing the needed financing with low interest rates and closing costs, and you can do that at the Mortgage Center. Phone 304-267-9040. All right, Spencer, as we look at this matchup and two very talented athletic teams, what is it that would jump out at you as one of the big keys? Let's start with the visiting Martinsburg Bulldogs.
I think, again, if you can get your ground game going, you can take over this game, and I think you just have to commit less penalties, stop shooting yourself in the foot, because they've been able to win games but committing a lot of penalties and doing dumb things. But I think this game could be a game that they can't win even if they do so.
Twice the number of penalties and more than twice the number of penalty yards, what committing as opposed to their opposition through the first three games. Certainly can't have that in this one here today. Another big thing for the Bulldogs, can't give up big plays, because this is an athletic team for the Springers who certainly can make those big plays. Let's turn to them. Highland Springs, when we look at them, Spencer, clearly I think one of their keys is just that. Can they come out and make some big plays?
Yeah, if they can come out and get Martinsburg kind of off it a little bit, kind of like Musselman did in that game, but actually continue to, I think they have the ability to continue to go through and not kind of fold. I think Highland Springs, if they do what Musselman did, but continue, I think they could kind of steal a win from Martinsburg.
Clearly, you hit a nail on the head when you mentioned that start that Musselman got. That was all because of special teams, and when you've got athletic, talented teams, it usually is a big play within the special teams that can turn a game, so we will keep an eye on that as well. Keys to the Game brought to you by the Mortgage Center on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg. Again, the key to buying the right home is securing the needed financing with low interest rates and closing costs. Call the Mortgage Center at 304-267-9040. You can also find them online at mortgagefinancing.com. All right, let's see if we can find Colin down on the sideline and check in with him one more time before we head back to the studio and wrap things up for our W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. Colin.
Thank you, Matt and Spencer. I'm down here on the Martinsburg sideline right now. It looks like they're about to have a Wall of Fame induction ceremony here for the Highland Spring side. So some final preparations, guys, before we get started. Should be a great game tonight. Your officials this evening, you got head referee Joe Lomax, umpire Kevin Dolliver. Your linesman is Milton Lawson. Line judge is Rich Jenkins. The back judge is Kevin Kiefer. Your field judge is Terrence Stedman. And your side judge is Dave Whiteside for tonight's matchup. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Colin. We can let you know that this look at the game officials brought to you by Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Robert Fields and Sons, a family-owned full-service funeral home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson, proudly serving the area since 1880. It is Wall of Fame night here. Ceremonies held on Wednesday night. The golf tournament held earlier today, and I believe it's officially halftime when the class will be honored and recognized here tonight. 10 inductees going into the Highland Springs Wall of Fame, a little larger class this year, we understand, as no ceremonies were able to be held, last year in 2020 due to COVID. Congratulations to all of those former Springers athletes who are making their way into the Wall of Fame tonight. All right, we send it back to the studio as we have officially now wrapped up our W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. When we come back, we'll have a look at today's starting lineups and get ready for the opening kick. It's West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio, WRNR and TV 10.
The Mid-Atlantic Group has been serving the area's insurance needs for 40 years. We are an independent insurance agency, therefore we can offer insurance from many insurance companies. Find the right coverage at the right price with Easy Payment Plan. Located at 201 West Martin Street in Martinsburg, the Mid-Atlantic Group is easily accessible from Morgan, Jefferson, and Berkeley County. To set up an appointment with a local insurance professional, give them a call today at 304-267-8989. That's the Mid-Atlantic Group at 201 West Martin Street in Martinsburg. Let them help insure you today.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
And that concludes today's pregame show.
We play every play like it's the most important play of the game.
Who let the dogs out? Coming up next, it's the starting lineups, opening kick, and play-by-play action of West Virginia high school football featuring the AAA Martinsburg Bulldogs. Today's game is being brought to you by
Bechtel Jewelers, the Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Friends of Jason Barrett, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, Kelly Allstate Agency, Milestone Realty, Miller Honda, the Mid-Atlantic Group, the Mirius Group, Orsini's Home Store, the Palace Lounge, Parsons Ford, Rocks, Spring Valley Farm Market, Sunset Car Wash, the Sutton and Janelle Law Firm, Smallwood and Small Insurance. And WVU Medicine, Berkeley Medical Center, and Jefferson Medical Center provider.
And now, let's go back to the field and rejoin our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
Back once again here at Victor W. Kreider Memorial Stadium, a chance for us to take a look at the starting lineups, and brought to you by D&N Auto Specialist, where honesty is their best policy. Family owned and operated since 1974. Get your vehicle fixed right the first time at D&N Auto. They're at 230 Tavern Road in Martinsburg. Let's begin with the visiting Bulldogs. Ezra Bajan, the starting quarterback, with Braxton Todd joining him in the backfield as the starting tailback. Hudson Clement, Roman Pearson, Cash Gideon, and Jacob Barrick, the scheduled starting receivers. Aiden Fleming and E.J. Hendricks are tackles. Christian Slack and Justin Petrie are guards, and Jake Siddle is the starting center. Cash Gideon, Cam Shallis, Lolo, Taylor Parati, and Jacob Barrick are linebackers. Aiden Fleming, Christian Slack, and Eric King along that defensive front line. Sarad Musgrove, Murphy Clement, Hudson Clement, and Roman Pearson will be defensive backs. Kai Walker would normally be a starting defensive back, but out with that knee injury that he sustained last week. Also unable to play today is Dominic Brinkley. He's a junior wideout and defensive back, and we believe it's a concussion situation that will keep him out here this week. We will turn to the Highland Springs Springers with Christian Martin starting at quarterback. Aziz Foster Powell joining him in the backfield as the tailback. Mike Hodge, Kwanye Venny, Eli Whitted, and Cliff Hill are the wide receivers. Hill listed as a tight end on this starting lineup. Raekwon Taylor, Corey Mosley are tackles. Jeremiah Jennings and Alonzo James are guards, and Terrell Jones is the starting center. Rashad Purnell, a defensive lineman, along with Frank Coleman, Mario Morris, and Miles Green. Linebackers are Latrell Sutton and Darius Taylor. And the defensive backs, Braylon Johnson, Daquan Giles, Kwanye Venny, Lance Nelson Jr., and Takai Heath. So Martinsburg has won the coin toss and has elected to receive. They want to get that offense out there first. Hey, a reminder, starting lineups have been brought to you by D&N Auto at 230 Tavern Road, Martinsburg. Phone 304-350-1931 for all of your automotive repair needs. All right, we're getting ready for the national anthem from the Highland Springs Marching Band. Let's turn up our crowd mic, see if we can pick that up for you right here. Waiting for the ROTC presenting the colors, working their way from the goal line to our right, down the middle of the field, out to about the 15-yard line. The band just about ready. And here is the national anthem. There you go, the Highland Springers marching band with our national anthem. All right, our opening kick is coming up next. That means we got a 30-second break that we need to get in. Our opening kick is being brought to you by the Berkeley County Health Department. Prevent, Promote, Protect. They're at 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Phone them at 304-263-5131. Back in 30 with the opening kick. Highland Springs in Martinsburg. On Talk Radio, WRNR and TV 10.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is Prevent, Promote, Protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Just about ready for this one to get underway. Martinsburg already over on that far sideline, while getting ready to make their way to the near sideline will be the Springers. Gives us an opportunity to see if we can check in one more time down on the field with Colin McLaughlin. The rain of earlier seems that it has gone, and we're looking for right now just cloudy skies as the sun is setting, and a very limited chance, if any really, of seeing additional rain. It's a brand new turf surface, only the third game ever being played here at this brand new facility. Let's check in on that sideline and find out what the atmosphere and the field conditions are like. Colin.
All
right, Colin, try one more time. Just
definitely a little bit slippery. Brand new, a little bit shorter than what Martinsburg's used to, and because of that, it's going to be tough to see this traction on the turf as well. And you can see either the little pellets, whatever they use to put the turf down, might cause an issue. You guys.
All right, Colin down on the sideline and joining us from there. He is on the far side of the field. We may have to move Colin a little bit closer to the near side, having some issues there with the feed dropping in and out just a little bit from his wireless mic. We'll work on that as we go through the evening, getting ready for this one. Martinsburg in the white uniform, pants and jersey tops with the black lettering and the orange trim. They wear the black football helmet with the white state and the orange M for Martinsburg in the middle of that. Meanwhile, getting ready to kick it off is Highland Springs in the black uniform, pants and jersey tops with the gold lettering and white trim. That looks to be Aziz Foster Powell, the starting tailback, who will serve as the place kicker on kickoffs. I'm not sure what his kicks look like. We'll see that in just a moment, but that certainly is an athlete on the field who can help you make a tackle on special teams.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure, definitely.
Back deep for Martinsburg, Hudson Clement is along the near side. Over along the far side, hash marks, that is Sarad Musgrove. The kick will come from left to right. Ball on the little X that is on the 40-yard line right down the middle of the field. Foster Powell approaches. There is that kick. High, short end over end kick. Clement going to take it at about the 16. Straight up the field to the 20. Tripped up as he got across the 25 and out close to the 30-yard line. And Martinsburg will have pretty decent field position as we get this one underway.
Looking for a heavy dose of Braxton Todd yet again.
Braxton Todd will line up in the backfield along with Ezra Bajent, the Martinsburg starting quarterback, 5'11", 160, the junior out of the shotgun with Todd to his left. Awaits that snap, barks out the signals, and now looks to the sideline. Maybe a change up on that play call coming from head coach Britt Sherman in his first season, second full season leading the program. 5-1 a year ago, off to the 3-0 start this year. Longtime assistant prior to taking over. Handoff, Braxton Todd over top of the left side of the line. Gets a little opening before being taken down at about the 34. So a pickup of 4 on the first carry for Braxton Todd, who came in averaging 18.81 yards a carry.
Yeah, Todd was able to find the hole there that the offensive line created and cut it up for a gain of 4.
You'll take that all night long if you can get it, if you are Britt Sherman. 4 yards in a cloud of dust, so to speak. Braxton Todd, 21 carries, 395 yards, 3 touchdowns coming into this one. On 2nd down and 6, snap is back, and Bajan wants to throw, has some time over the middle, open receiver. Grab is made at about the 42-yard line, and that's good for a Martinsburg first down. And making that grab, Stephon Barclay, 6'1", 155-pound junior. First time that we have called his name as I look up and down the roster sheet. And for Martinsburg, that's now the 13th different receiver who has caught a pass through the first 3+ games.
That's crazy.
Put it out to the 42, and that game was good for 8 in a Martinsburg first down. Back to the ground game. Braxton Todd, this time off the right side of the line, slips into the secondary, slips through a tackle after being spun around, and eventually stumbles and falls forward down to the 41-yard line of Highland Springs.
What a great job there to find the hole, busted up the hole, and just stave off some tacklers.
How about 17 yards on that carry and another Martinsburg first down. 2 carries, 22 yards in the early going. Make it 21 yards, my apologies, for Braxton Todd on first down. Xavier Kendo out of the backfield. Going to be in the flat on this left side and catch that dump-off pass. He's inside the 20, grabbed and taken down, thrown out of bounds at about the 24-yard line. And that tackle made by Darius Taylor, junior defensive back, 6 foot, 215 pounds. That should be good enough for yet another Bulldog first down. I said the 24, looks like it will actually be the 26-yard line where they lay it down. So that last pass completion, good for 15 yards. Good blocking by that Bulldog front line that has given Ezra Bajent the time to survey the field. And in this last case, be able to dump down to a back out of the backfield and pick up some good yardage. Ball along the near side, hash mark, wide side of the field right. Hudson Clement heading that way. Quick pitch. That's Xavier Kendo looking to turn the corner on that far side. Nothing doing as Kwanye Vinny, the 5'10", 170-pound senior, came flying up there to take his feet out from under him. That'll be a loss on the play. Back to the 28 -2. We'll set up a 2nd and 12. And now a little bit of a test for this Bulldog offense. On their first down plays prior, 4 yards, 17 yards, 15 yards. So this is the first time they'll face a 2nd and long. And on the 2nd and 12, there's the pass over the middle, too high for the intended target, Hudson Clement. Very tightly guarded underneath by Latrell Sutton. That pass sailing on Ezra Bajent. It's incomplete, and the Dogs face 3rd and long.
Yeah, just over the outreaching of his hands, probably about 3 or 4 feet as it sailed.
Might be a 4-down territory. Might be too far for a field goal. Certainly you're not going to punt from here. So let's see if the Dogs can at least get some positive yards. They'll look to the sideline. Looks like that play call being changed again by Coach Sherman. I don't see play clocks here. Pistol formation, back behind the quarterback, and Bajan awaiting that shotgun snap. That's Xavier Kendall. They're going to fake the handoff, and Bajan's going to dump it off on that far side in the flat. That grab is made, and the receiver getting down inside the 20 to about the 19. I believe that's 26. Yeah, it was hard to see that jersey number, but I believe that was Barrick who was able to pull that one in. So Jacob Barrick able to make that grab, give him a gain to the 20, so that's an 8-yard pickup and a manageable 4th down and 4 coming for Martinsburg.
You just talked about having no play clocks. I just think it's interesting, this brand new stadium and all.
See what the Dogs will do on this 4th down and medium range, you might call it. It is going to be Murphy Clement who is in there at quarterback this time. He is going to keep it running behind the lead blocker, Braxton Todd. The ball did come out, and he will be marked down. I don't know that it's necessarily the fumble as much as they'll call it the turnover on downs as Murphy only got down to about the 17-yard line and is going to fall about a half a yard short. So he needed 4, and he was able to pick up 3, and a good job by this Springer defense as they are able to hold after Martinsburg gets 3 first downs in this opening possession. And with the turnover on downs, here comes that Highland Springs offense for the first time. From their own 17-yard line, today's starting quarterback Christian Martin, just a sophomore, but already being recruited on that Division I level. He is an athlete. Behind him is Foster Powell. There is the snap back and the handoff, and Foster Powell met in the hole by Roman Pearson, who wraps him up and brings him down, but not until the 21-yard line, and that'll be a pickup of 4 yards.
Great job there as well by Christian Slack to come in at the end of the play and make sure he didn't get any more yards, pulling him back.
Powell listed as a junior, goes 5'9" and about 215. So not big when you think of the height at 5'9", but very solid running back. Going to be tough to bring down. And you know full well if they can do it in our pregame conversation with 14th-year head coach Lauren Johnson, they'll establish that ground game and run right at you. Martin now back to throw on second down, deep down the far side, and a diving attempt, but incomplete at the Bulldog 45-yard line as Kwanye Venny made a tremendous effort, but had to go off his fingertips.
It just went right through the outstretched fingertips right there. That would have been a great diving catch. That could have been a potentially Kelly's All-State Insurance Good Hands catch of the game candidate.
Man, that was a great effort, but I tell you what, that shows you right there, too. The speed of Kwanye Venny and the Martinsburg secondary, which will tend to play that man-to-man, getting that early test and knowing they're going to have to match that speed. So pistol formation this time is Foster Powell. Behind the quarterback, Martin taking that shotgun snap, hands it off, and a nice job by that Bulldog defense as they wrap up and drive him backwards. Progress was stopped. He never went down. They blow the whistles, and that was Jacob Barrick, a linebacker, who was the first to kind of come around the backside and get him, and then a whole host of Bulldogs there to finish him off. And they'll mark it back at the original line of scrimmage, the 21, and that'll bring up 4th and 6. Nice defense by the Dogs. They will force the punt. Looking to see who the punter will be. That looks to be either a 36 or a 38. Can't see from his sleeve. The punt is out of there. Low line drive. Going to bounce at the 45 of the Springers and then into Martinsburg territory and go down to about the 40-yard line, and that is where Martinsburg will have it. And that's come down at the end of the play. Lewis, who should be the one that punted.
I don't know what that flag's about.
I think it's just a side flag.
It was coming right. The ref was
9 yards. Each team has had one possession, 7:57 to play here in quarter number 1, and there is no score. Martinsburg from their own 40-yard line on a first down and 10. And it looks like Bajent back out there at quarterback, and Braxton Todd to the left of him in the shotgun formation. 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side, but Barrett kind of as a tight end, or an H-back, if you will, right in behind the tackle. He'll be a lead blocker as Braxton Todd going off that right side of the line. Gets a gain of 3 out to the 43. So Braxton Todd now at 3 carries for 24 yards after that pickup of 3. Now we've got a brief timeout on the field. Not sure what the question may be about as our head referee coming over to the near sideline. Gives us a chance to remind you the GameBroadcast.com or phone 304-579-7349. Also, this first quarter presented by Kelly Allstate Insurance. For all of your insurance needs, call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg. So it will be a second down 7 from their own 43. Snap is back. Bajan to throw. Far side. High in the air. Leaping up to pull that one down is Sarad Musgrove. No, that is a number 3, not a 1. I need the binoculars today to keep up with these numbers with the sun going down and the lights just beginning to take effect. That was Hudson Clement making the grab. Tackled immediately at the 46-yard line. That gain is good for 3 more, and the Dogs will face 3rd and 4.
Very hot and humid day here after that rain came through. Luckily, we got a nice air conditioner unit in this press box.
I tell you, it does feel nice up here, a little different.
You get your head towards the window and you feel it.
On 3rd down and 4, handoff going to the tailback, and Braxton Todd met in the hole, bounces, spins, and then falls forward, leaning and holding that foot. Let's see if that might be a sideline warning on Martinsburg now as he came from that far side of the field. Our head referee with the indication, and there you go. We have now had that sideline warning for each sideline. That means now both have to be careful because the next time that occurs, it will be a penalty. Yardage will be marked off. 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs from the 49-yard line now in Springer's territory. Man in motion, far side, Hudson Clement. Ezra Bajan wants to throw, flushed from the pocket, able to escape. Now throwing deep down the middle. Hudson Clement has the ball tipped away at the last minute. That was just athlete on athlete and a great defensive play by Takai Heath as the junior defensive back was able to stay with him, get a hand in there, and knock it away from Hudson Clement.
What a great use of great defensive play there by Heath, just trying to figure out where the ball was and didn't.
And you are out there on that island, as they say. He was able to make the play. Nice job as well there by Ezra Bajent as he was able to elude that sack in the backfield, step up and make that throw down the middle. 2nd down and 10 from the 49 of Highland Springs. Again, Bajan wants to throw, gets it into flat on this near side to Clement, and Hudson Clement, wow, immediately met and driven out of bounds. Braylon Johnson, 6'1" junior defensive back right there to help knock him out of bounds. Got a help from his friends as well, and that looks like it's back to the line of scrimmage, meaning no gain on the play, and the Dogs will face a 3rd down and 10, and there you go. That is the speed that we knew this Springers team had. I mean, you do that one back at home and you're looking to pick up a few yards with Clements, but not in this situation. On 3rd down and 10, penalty markers are down. Be the beneficiary there. A little anxious to try to get inside. So on the game's first penalty. Set up now a more manageable 3rd. Springer's 44. And snap back to Bajan, but hold on, penalty mark. Our side, and it's procedure on Mark. Move it back and make it 3rd and 10 after. So -5 for that fall. Penalized once for 5 yards. 3rd down and 10 from the 49. 17 to play here. And after getting the play call from the side on, that's Musgrove. Wide side right, Xavion Kendall moving field for Bajan. Steps up in the pocket, throws incomplete. Was looking to lob it over the line. Rod Musgrove very well defended, and for Martinsburg, fortunate.
Remember that last trip to the auto mechanic? I also think your solenoid gas. From general maintenance to major overhauls, they'll treat you right. Call DNN Auto Specialist at 304-267-4078.
Conveniently located at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, Sunset Car Wash's staff specializes in keeping your car clean. From our famous 3-minute cloth wash to our touchless automatic and 6 self-serve bays, we offer whatever preference you have for your car wash needs. If your vehicle could talk, it would say, "Take me to Sunset Car Wash." That's Sunset Car Wash at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, locally owned and operated.
And tried to make that over-the-shoulder catch. Fortunate he was able to get it back. First down and 10 from their own 19. Pistol formation. Christian Martin, the sophomore, in the gun. As a man coming in motion, he will hand it off, and the tailback off that left side of the line, able to work his way out close to the 24-yard line, is Aziz Foster Powell. That would be a pickup of about 5 yards and bring up a 2nd down and 5. Second possession for Highland Springs. Their first possession went 3 and out as Martinsburg held them to a 4-yard gain, then an incompletion. And on a 3rd and 6, they shut down Foster Powell for no gain. Highland Springs with another nice first down. Let's see if they can take advantage of the 2nd and medium on a 2nd and 5. Foster Powell to the right of the quarterback. Martin stepping up to the line, giving out some instruction. Now backpedals. Moves the tailback to his left side. There is the snap back, and there is the handoff, and a nice running by Foster Powell right up the middle. Good blocking by that front line as well. He'll take it out beyond the 30 to about the 33-yard line, and that gain is good for a first down. Pickup of 9, their biggest play so far, and trying to get that ground game established, it looked like. They've now run 5 offensive plays, and 4 of the 5 have been of the running variety. That is their first down. And on 1st and 10, there is the snap back, and again the handoff, and straight ahead running, quickly getting into the secondary. Strong run for the tailback Foster Powell. Grabbing a hold was Cash Gideon, and the linebacker taking a little bit of a ride before eventually wrestling him down at the 44-yard line after a pickup of 11. So back-to-back runs of 9 and 11 yards. That's 29 yards now on 5 carries in the early going for Aziz Foster Powell. A pair of first downs now in this possession. For the first time, the offense getting moving just a little bit for Highland Springs. On 1st and 10, Martin has 3 receivers out here to this wide side. There is the handoff to the tailback, quickly met at the line of scrimmage, and a whole host of Bulldogs there to help bring him down. Looked to be number 4, Elijah Whited, that time on that carry. Pardon me, that's Whitted. That's W-H-I-T-T-E-D. So he had that carry, and Whitted will again stay in the backfield. So getting to the 45, it was a gain of just 1. 2nd down and 9 coming. Snap goes back, and Martin wants to throw. Steps up in the pocket, rolling here to the near side, going to let it go, and the catch is made just across the midfield stripe. Going down to the ground was Mike Hodge, and the senior wide receiver will pull it in at the Bulldog 49-yard line. That's a pickup of 6 and brings up a 3rd and 3. Yeah, Hodge, one of the wide receivers for this team that is considered as a top recruit, uncommitted from what I had seen, but a number of Division I programs are interested in what he could bring to their team. 0 for 1 on 3rd down conversions in this opening quarter. Highland Springs faces a 3rd and 3. Send a man in motion to that far side. 3 receivers out to the left. Snap is back, and they fake the handoff, and Martin keeps it. Turns the corner on the left side inside the Bulldog 40. Tripped up and taken down at the 35.
He just found it, bounced to the outside, and got a big gain into down past the 30, or down inside the 40.
I believe I saw a flag come out, though, on that carry. So let's find out whether that might be a hold or whether it was an infraction by that Bulldog defense. The play went down to the 35-yard line, which would be a 14-yard gain and more than enough for a first on that 3rd and 3. But now we got to see what the penalty is, and we're going to have holding Highland Springs. That penalty marker went down at the 40-yard line, so that would be 9 yards into that carry. And then you mark off the 10 yards from there, and it would move it back to the 50-yard line and would make it basically a 3rd down and 4 from the midfield stripe.
That just changed the whole complexion of what was going on, because they got a first down and they were passed down to the 35. And now they're back on their own side of the field.
Well, still a chance to pick up that first and keep this drive going. No score, 2:30 on a running first quarter clock here at Victor W. Kreider Memorial Stadium. Brand new facility here at Highland Springs. They are 2-1 coming into this matchup as they have split their first 2 home games, coming off a road win last week. They'll get to the line of scrimmage, and Martin will hand it off, a delayed handoff to the tailback, and boy, that is Fleming right there. I believe Slack is in there, a whole host of Bulldogs helping to make that tackle very quickly, bringing down Aziz Foster Powell, and he's actually going to lose 2 yards, and you would imagine the punting unit will now come on. Great defense by Martinsburg in that situation. So far, though, we do not see the punter on the field. The young man that had punted earlier appeared to be Jamin Lewis in 36. He is not out there, and so facing a 4th down and 6 from their own 48. Let's see if we may get that pooch kick from Christian Martin. He's going to await the snap, but not going to take it, as we're going to have a timeout. Let's take the break as well. A 60-second break, 1:22 to play in the first. There's no score.
The right attorney can make all the difference in the outcome of your case.
I called Sutton and Janelle, the best lawyers you could ask for.
Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. 70 years of collective legal experience. Family law, criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, and mediation.
Sutton and Janelle got the most favorable outcome I could have expected.
Visit Sutton and Janelle's new historic location, 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Online at suttonandjanelle.com. Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. They value your rights and are passionate about your success.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Out of the Highland Springs timeout, it is and now going to be Jamin Lewis who will come on and look to punt the football away. He will take that snap and get it out of there. High wobbly kick heading to the far side, bouncing along the hash marks, landing at about the 25 and taking a big Highland Springs roll all the way down to the 15-yard line, and that punt is going to be good for 37 yards.
Yeah, what a great punt by there to pin Martinsburg back deep in the shadow of their own end zone.
And right now it has become somewhat of that battle of field position, as both of these defenses have been able to get the job done. A little bend, but no break for each defense in this first quarter. With 1:10 to play in a scoreless first, Martinsburg taking over their deepest field position, starting at their own 15, moving from right to left. This time it looks like Murphy Clement at quarterback. So Clement awaits that shotgun snap. He's got it off the right side of the line, gets through a hole, takes on a linebacker, then gets thrown down out beyond the 20. See if they give him the 21 or the 22. It's the 22-yard line, and that means that gain is good for 7, and the Dogs have 2nd and 3 coming.
What a great job there by Clement to find that hole that the offensive line created for him, bust it up there, and get a big burst of yards, something that Martinsburg just couldn't really find on first down previously.
Clement awaiting that shotgun snap, has a couple of receivers out to that short side right, single receiver here to the near side, H-back on that side as well. Tailback behind him shifts from the right to the left side. There is the fake give to Braxton Todd and Murphy Clement, keeping it coming near side, getting to the 30-yard line and taken down at the 34. Very nice job at Kwanye Venny to come up and make that hit, but not until a 12-yard gain and a Bulldog first.
That was a big collision right there. Could be a candidate for Cody's out-of-body collision of the game.
That was a good one. 5 first downs now for Martinsburg. 3 carries, 22 yards. Murphy Clement trying to get this Martinsburg offense going just a little bit. From the 34-yard line, still in Bulldog territory on 1st and 10. Ball now on the near side, hash mark. 2 receivers each way. And before the snap of the football, the clock has struck zeros, and we'll take a 60-second break. Back with quarter number 2 after this. There is no score.
Looking to buy a home in the Eastern Panhandle? Having trouble getting your house sold? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as the #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Phone 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com. So quarter number 1 is in the books, and neither team has been able to dent the score. A little bit of an advantage for time of possession plays for the Dogs, just 10. Springs. Martinsburg to 1st down and 10 from left to right. Murphy Clement in there at quarterback, and wait a minute, we get a whistle just as the Dogs start into motion, and now I think they're going to have to reset that offense. Matt Miller with you, Donald Kenny, Colin on the sideline, Donna Schaffner, our producer, Nick Vers. They will fake that give on the Jets. And his brother Murphy Clement going to keep up. It looks like 2 yards out to the 36.
Yeah, that did not get Highland Springs off of it. They knew what was coming right there.
Yep, they played a good defense following their keys, stopping a 2nd and 8 coming for Agent now back out there at quarterback. Todd 4 carries, 29 yards to a good start. It's kind of been used a little sparingly, still battling with that leg injury. There is the snap back and the handoff, and Braxton Todd met in the hole, stood up, keeps the legs churning, but cannot get anywhere as eventually he is spun around and pushed backwards. Little conversation at the end with Daquan Giles, and they'll put it back down at the 36. No gain on that play, and it's 3rd and 8. That's the first time, as I look back through the numbers, that they've held him to no gain, as Todd had a gain of 4, a gain of 17, a pickup of 3, a pickup of 5, and now this go around, nothing to show.
And I think that defensive line there for Highland Springs is continuing to get stronger as the game is settling in.
On a 3rd down and 8, Hudson Clement in motion to that far side. Bajan to throw, setting up the screen, and is caught. And that's Jacob Barrick. Barrick with a blocker out in front, able to pick up that 1st down as he's tackled from behind by Kwanye Venny out beyond the 45 to the 47-yard line. That's an 11-yard gain and a Bulldog 1st down.
Great job there to find the open tight end Barrick, and he was able to be in some space, and it seems like whenever he gets the ball, he can pick up quite a few yards and get a 1st down.
Again, good patience as Ezra Bajan waited, found his open man. Bajan right now, we got 5 of 8 for now 45 yards passing in this first half. Ball on the near side, hash mark. Xavion Kendall now out there as the tailback, and it's a play-action pass over the middle and overthrown and intercepted. Picked off at the 37-yard line. Penalty marker down as Kwanye Venny weaves his way to the near sideline and goes out of bounds near the midfield stripe. Now let's check the penalty marker.
That ball was just overthrown.
It was. I think it's going to be a penalty on the return. The interception is going to stand, but now we'll wait and make sure. Our head referee getting the call, and there it is. A block in the back on the return, and so Martinsburg commits the first major mistake, if you will, throwing that INT, second pick on the season for Bajan, and as you said, just a little bit overthrown. The penalty will move it back, and let's see where they're going to spot it from. About the 42, so it looks like it'll go back to the 32-yard line, and that is now going to be 3 penalties, 25 yards called on Highland Springs after the illegal block. So they'll set it back to the 32-yard line.
There's exactly 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Looking at the clock, I glanced over, and it was exactly 10.
Yeah, this first half moving right along as these two teams locked up in a defensive struggle. Christian Martin in the shotgun pistol formation. Aziz Foster Powell behind him. There is the handoff, and Foster Powell able to slip the first tackle. Gets to the near side at the 40, to the 45 in the midfield stripe. Breaking a tackle at the 40-yard line as Roman Pearson went diving in at his legs. While he didn't bring him down, he forced his angle further to the sideline, and eventually stepping out of bounds at the 36 of Martinsburg is Aziz Foster Powell.
Yeah, Foster Powell really just got Barrick out of his cleats right there, just kind of juked around him. He wasn't able to get any hands on him, and he just kind of found the edge and was down the sideline. Luckily, he got pushed out there.
How about a 32-yard carry? Add that to the 27 prior, and that's now 7 carries, 59 yards for the junior running back. That's a big play, as again, it kind of turns the field. Even if Martinsburg can find a way to make a stop here, they're going to have a longer field to try to traverse. Out of the shotgun, Christian Martin takes that snap, hands it off again, coming here to the near side. Strong power running for Aziz Foster Powell down inside the 30 before being stopped at about the 28. That's an 8-yard gain.
Again, Foster Powell just finding that hole, trying to get past all the defenders, and he's just very elusive.
He is hard to tackle right now. Imagine that he's going to be a little bit harder to tackle as you get later into this ball game. Well, they put it at the 29 and not the 28, so more of a 7-yard gain. So a second down and 3 coming up. Aziz Powell again going to line up in that pistol formation behind Christian Martin. H-back to the right, a receiver each way as well. There is the snap back and the handoff. And Martinsburg does a nice job of stringing that play towards the sideline, and Jacob Barrick able to get him from the back of the jersey and eventually kind of sling him around and get him out of bounds. Is that a loss on the play? Back to the 30, or did he get to the 29? No, he got back to the line of scrimmage, and it's 3rd down and 3.
Great job there by Barrick after he kind of got lost on the play prior, and he was able to come back this time and make the tackle for minimal gain.
Yeah, no gain, as a matter of fact. 3rd down and 3, and right now Highland Springs 0 for 2 on 3rd down conversion attempts in this first half. 9:05 on a running second quarter clock. Still no score between these two powerhouses on 3rd down and 3. Snap goes back, and Martin wants to throw, lofting it deep along that far side, and a diving attempt inside the 5. Did he make the grab? Yes, he did. What a catch by Kwanye Venny. Man-up coverage by Murphy Clements, and a diving grab down at about the 2. They're going to mark it at the 3-yard line where he landed.
Great throw there because he had pressure in his face.
Well, and that's a couple of big plays now in this possession. The 32-yard run, and now on the 3rd and 3, it is the 26-yard pass, and it sets up a 1st down and goal to go with the football at the 3-yard line. 2 of 3 passing now for 32 yards for Christian Martin, the sophomore. And The Bulldog defense find a way to make a stop. Foster Powell to the left of the quarterback. Man comes in motion. They'll hand him the football. Jet sweep coming near side, turning the corner to the pylon and into the end zone for the Highland Springs touchdown. Goes to Kai Heath, a junior wide receiver who came in motion from right to left, took that handoff and never stopped as the blocking gave him the corner, and he's in for the score.
A great blocking there to be able, as you just said, find the corner, and he found the corner and didn't really have to cut up much because he was right inside the two.
So the first points of the game coming with 8:12 to play in our first half.
I feel like that's definitely weird to say when it's a game with Martinsburg.
Looks like Jamon Lewis on for the extra point. Snap placement kick up and through. Let's take the break with 8:12 to play in the half. And now Highland Springs leading 7-0.
This is Ben Copenhaver, your local alarm professional at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Did you know that home break-ins are 6% more likely during the day? That's right. The bad guys know when you're away, and they are smarter than you think. Dynamark Atlantic Security has the security solutions for you. Don't commit the error when the game is on the line. Phone me today at 304-671-2158 to learn how to play good defense against the bad guys. Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call today at 304-671-2158.
Over? It's not over until we say it's over. Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? No!
After an eternity in the cold trenches filled with the sinew of flesh,
When the going gets tough, the tough get going.
men have to dig down deep and grab a hold of anything they can for motivation.
Let's go!
Rock's Coffee, a great pick-me-upper.
Well, the ensuing kickoff popped up along the far side hash marks, taking about the 25-yard line. I believe that is Hudson Clement on that return, bulling his way forward out beyond the 40. And now mark his progress at about the 43-yard line. And yes, it was Clement who comes out of the bottom of the pile. Let's check in with Colin down on that Martinsburg sideline, down 7-0.
Thank you, Matt and Spencer. I'm down here right now. Just a lot of going on right now. Martinsburg trying to communicate, figure out how to get this offense clicking right now. Still plenty of time left in the game, but you haven't really seen trail much so far this year. Let's see what they can do now. Back up to you guys.
There you go. We will find out. We'll give you that drive summary in a moment. A service of 61st District Delegate Jason Barrett. Trusted leadership, real solutions. On 1st and 10, Murphy Clement. Little pitch in the backfield. That'll actually be a lateral and a run for Braxton Todd. He gets outside the numbers and down the far sideline to the 49-yard line in Highland Springs territory. That game will be good for 8. Hey, the drive summary for the Springers. Are you ready? 5 plays, 68 yards a minute and 48 seconds. 3 yards on the touchdown run for Takai Heath, and it's 7-0. Highland Springs.
Great job there by Braxton Todd to, again, get outside, and he's able to just get a burst of speed out there, and he looks like his leg is feeling good today.
6 carries, 37 yards now for him unofficially in this first half. 7:20 on a running second quarter clock on 2nd down and 2. Murphy Clement out of that shotgun, awaiting the snap. Hang on, now a penalty marker is down, and we may have a delay of game. Again, there are no play clocks here, and so that is a delay of game against Martinsburg, and that will be their second penalty. So that's going to back them up. Now 2nd and 7 as the ball is at their own 46. Awaiting that shotgun snap, Murphy Clement. He's got it off that left side. Quickly bolts into the secondary. Breaks free down the far side to the 20, to the 15, 10, 5, off to the races, and he is in for the Martinsburg Bulldog touchdown for Murphy Clement.
Great. Trying to get their protection correct, and Murphy and all the defenders and getting past the second down.
Had 24 yards prior to that 54-yard scamper. That's the way you do it. As you said, off that left side of the line, and Murphy, and then getting outside the numbers and score. Extra point attempt is up. but managed to carry them through. It was a mad rush huddle, and we're going to have a running into the Martinsburg will take that on the kickoff. I'm take that 60-second break, 6:18. First half, and we're tied now at 7.
This is Ben Copenhaver, your local alarm professional at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Did you know that home break-ins are 6% more likely during the day? That's right. The bad guys know when you're away, and they are smarter than you think. Dynamark Atlantic Security has the security solutions for you. Don't commit the error when the game is on the line. Phone me today at 304-671-2158 to learn how to play good defense against the bad guys. Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call today at 304-671-2158.
Over? It's not over until we say it's over. Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? No!
After an eternity in the cold trenches filled with the sinew of flesh,
When the going gets tough, the tough get going.
men have to dig down deep and grab a hold of anything they can for motivation.
Let's go!
Rock's Coffee, a great pick-me-upper.
All right, we are back after that Martinsburg touchdown. The Bulldogs will keep the extra point on the board. We are tied at 7. The penalty will get marked off on the kickoff 5 yards forward. Let's check in with Colin down on the sideline. Pretty exciting run. What was it like from your vantage point?
Yeah, as I said, guys, that Martinsburg needed to get the offense clicking, and what does Murphy Clement do? Well, he gets that explosive run. Hopefully that gives Martinsburg the spark they need. Definitely some life and excitement over here on the sideline after that one, especially from Coach Britt Sherman. I'll talk to him here in about 6 minutes or so. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, looking forward to that conversation going into the locker room at the half. We'll give you the drive summary in a moment. First, the ensuing kickoff. Brent Terwilliger, who put that PAT up and through, squibs this one along the near sideline, and it takes a bounce out of bounds. And let's see what Highland Springs will do. Will head coach Lauren Johnson elect to take the football or make Martinsburg kick it again? Let's give you that drive summary again, brought to you by 61st District Delegate Jason Barrett, Trusted Leadership Real Solutions. 2 plays, 57 yards, 1 minute and 45 seconds, and a 54-yard touchdown run for Murphy Clement. His 7th rushing touchdown on the season. Second leading rusher, 29 carries, 221 yards coming in.
That's definitely a candidate right there for the Orsini's home store electrifying play of the game. It got the game tied.
Yeah, most electrifying play that Martinsburg has been able to come up with, and an answer to a couple of big plays in that prior possession for Highland Springs. That penalty for Martinsburg now going to be their 3rd penalty for 15 yards, as it will be an extra 5 yards marked off as the ball comes out to the 40-yard line on 1st down and 10. 6:18 to play in this first half, tied at 7. Martin takes the shotgun snap. Little play fake, rolling far side, and throws it down the sideline and out of bounds. That was way over the head of his intended target, Kwanye Venny, and Venny was actually pretty open down that far sideline.
Yeah, I mean, if he could have held on to it for a couple more seconds, he would have been wide open down the sideline at the 50. Great pressure there by the Martinsburg defensive line.
Well, let's see what it looks like, as there is a flag down on the play. And they will call intentional grounding. The Springers fans do not like this one, but it will be a 5-yard penalty marked off from where the pass was thrown. And so it goes all the way back down to that 28-yard line. So the throw came from the 33. So that is a loss of about 7. And then the penalty gets marked off from there. So now from the 28-yard line, a 2nd down and about 22. Martin wants to throw deep down the middle. He's got an open receiver along the near side. Hash mark, catch is made, and there goes Takai Heath all the way to the end zone for the touchdown. That one covers 72 yards.
And the Martinsburg secondary, this happened earlier in the game. Luckily, the ball was out of the outstretched hands as he was falling, but that's what can happen right there, and that's definitely a candidate for the Kelly Allstate Insurance Good Hands catch of the game, because the ball bobbled in his hands and he was able to catch it.
Yeah, he did juggle it just a little bit, but eventually able to hang on. And look out, the fireworks are starting to come as we were scoreless through that first quarter. Highland Springs putting points on the board with 8:12 left in the half. Martinsburg answered with 6:18 to play in the first half with a score. And guess what? It took only 18 seconds to run those two plays. Highland Springs on the board. Extra point up and good. Let's take the 60-second break with the Springers now leading 14-7.
Ollie's VIP Northside is the best local spot to catch all of your favorite high school, college, and pro sports, or to hang out with friends. Ollie's has a great beer and cocktail menu, along with a food menu that will blow you away. Ollie's offers multiple TVs to watch the game of your choice from anywhere at the bar, or their outdoor patio with cornhole and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP Northside. We'll see you for the game.
Mark your calendar for October 15th, 16th, and 17th and plan to join us for the 42nd Annual Mountain State Apple Harvest Festival. Modified from its traditional schedule, this year's Apple Harvest Festival will feature many exciting family-friendly outdoor events for the entire community to enjoy. The Mountain State Apple Harvest Festival, sponsored by BCT, invites you to like us on Facebook and follow along for all the details of this year's 3-day event. MSAHF.com.
Getting action underway quickly after that touchdown, and so it is actually a 13-7 score. I thought that kick had gone through, but apparently just a little bit wide to the right, so the PAT was no good. Highland Springs has a 13-7 lead, not 14-7. It was a two-play, 60-yard drive and took them just 18 seconds with a 72-yard touchdown pass going from Martin to Heath. That was after an intentional grounding penalty backed him up, and now 13-7 Highland Springs with the lead. The ensuing kickoff went into the end zone, so Martinsburg will take it at their own 20-yard line, 1st and 10. Snap is back, and the handoff going to Braxton Todd, running over the right side of the line, quickly gets stood up and driven back with that 21-yard line. Now at 7 carries, roughly 30. 2nd down and 9 coming for time that Highland Springs found the answer here. As the quarterback with receivers here to the right, a single receiver out to the left. One of those receivers, tight end, if you will, and that formation right in behind the tackle. A flag is down and whistle the snap of the football.
Going at a good pace, I feel like it just slowed.
Waiting for the indication, our head referee, and Joe Lomax gives us the call on the defense. So plus. We'll now have a 2nd down and 4. Actually, 5 penalties, 30. Highland Springs. 26 on the 6. Now 2 receivers each way. 2 tight motion, and there's a penalty marker down. Caught by Braxton Todd, who eludes the initial. Taken down at about the 25. I think we're going to have 2 men in motion at the same time. Shift on Martinsburg.
2 steps back.
Or in the 5 yards back. Clock stop, 4:50 to play. Highland Springs in competitive first half of play. It's been a lot of fun.
Game we're really used to.
No.
Season. It's definitely gone a different way than we're used to the first 3 games of the season.
4 penalties, 20 yards now called on the Bulldogs for the motion penalty. And now a timeout for Martinsburg. Let's take the break as well. 4:48 remaining in our first half. Back after this with Highland Springs leading 13-7.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve. That's what we mean by treating you like family.
The Honda Civic and the Accord are uniquely stylish in their own way. But do you know what they have in common? Reliability and comfort? Sure. Available turbocharged engines? Of course. But also, the driver, having fun for no reason, except for the thrill of driving a Honda. Kelley Blue Book's 2021 Best Value Brand.
Miller Honda, south of Winchester, home of the lifetime powertrain warranty. www.mymillerhonda.com.
Based on 2021 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit kbb.com for more information.
Thanks. Coming out of the Bulldog timeout, first that they have used in this first half. They face the now 2nd down and 9 from their own 21. Murphy Clement back to throw. Looking here to the near side. Going to loft it down the field for Hudson Clement. Makes the grab at the midfield stripe. It's a foot race as he heads back towards the far side of the field. He's to the 15. He's to the 10. He's down to the 5. Breaks through a tackle and gets into the end zone for the Martinsburg Bulldog touchdown. Trying to catch him from behind looked to be to Kai Heath, but he was trying to strip him of that football and could not get it. Could not get Clement. And we've got a tie game pending the extra points.
This game reminds me of that Salem game. It seems like they're going punch for punch. Big play, big play, big play, big play.
79 yards on the pass completion for touchdown. A play that originally was going to the left. Murphy Clement saw that play kind of collapsing, came back around to his right, threw that deep ball just over the outstretched arm of a defender, and then Hudson Clement did the rest, and we have an unsportsmanlike against Martinsburg. So apparently some trash talk, I would imagine, after the end of that play, or maybe excessive celebration, one might call it. It'll be marked off apparently on the kickoff, and head coach Britt Sherman out there trying to find out exactly what happened. The extra point looks like it will still come from the regular spot. Although, let's wait and see. I think, yeah, they can take this on the kick or on the kickoff, and in a 13-13 game, why not take that 15-yard penalty and make this a much more challenging extra point? And if Brent Terwilliger knocks it through, you give him credit, but if he doesn't, when you're thankful that you took that penalty and preserved the lead. It'll move the football back to the 25, and this now becomes basically a 35-yard PAT. Martinsburg now penalized 5 times for 35 yards, and let's see what we have, as I think Highland Springs got a little jumpy. They did, making sure there was no other movement, and it's an offside penalty. Highland Springs having some trouble with those offside penalties. Now 6 penalties for 40 yards against Highland Springs. So the extra point attempt will come from the 20. So now a 30-yard PAT for Terwilliger. Out of the hold of Hudson Clement. Martinsburg in that huddle now brings everybody together into a regular kicking formation. The snap is back. Hold, kick on the way, and it is good. Terwilliger knocks it through. 4:33 remaining in our first half, and Martinsburg now in front, 14-13.
The right attorney can make all the difference in the outcome of your case.
I called Sutton and Janelle, the best lawyers you could ask for.
Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. 70 years of collective legal experience. Family law, criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, and mediation.
Sutton and Janelle got the most favorable outcome I could have expected.
Visit Sutton and Janelle's new historic location, 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Online at suttonandjanelle.com. Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. They value your rights and are passionate about your success.
You need to keep your vehicle in good working order, but car and truck repairs can be very costly. Bears Repair in Martinsburg performs all kinds of auto repairs at prices most often well below their competition. Bears Repair offers tune-ups, oil change and lubrication, small and large engine and transmission repair, wheel balancing, front end alignment, exhaust system replacement, air conditioning checks, auto inspections, and new tires. Stop by for a free estimate at Bears Repair, 904 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Phone 262-0208. Bears Repair.
Here we go with the ensuing kickoff as Terwilliger approaches. It's the onside kick along the near side, and it goes out of bounds. He got a little bit too much of that one. Question is, was it touched along the way? If it was not touched, it will be a penalty.
I think I just saw a flag come out.
Yeah, I think so, too. If it was touched, then it would not be an issue. It would just be Highland Springs football. Braylon Johnson was the one who seemed to stick a hand out there after it, but apparently he did not touch it. So the drive summary, a service of 61st District Delegate Jason Barrett, Trusted Leadership Real Solutions. Took him just 2 plays to cover 80 yards, a minute and 26 seconds, 79 yards on the pass completion. Murphy Clement to Hudson Clement, third touchdown catch for Hudson, and for Murphy, his 6th touchdown pass of the year. With where that football went out of bounds, they'll tack on 5 more yards, and so Martinsburg now up to 6 penalties for 40 yards. And the football will be at the midfield stripe, so only half the field for this Bulldog defense to try to defend with 4:33 to play in our first half, and Martinsburg in front 14-13.
Yeah, and I think this is something that Martinsburg can do against other teams. I just don't necessarily think they can do it against a team like Highland Springs. Give them that good a field position after every touchdown almost.
A little confusion before we get action underway gives us a quick chance to say our second quarter presented on TV 10 by Smallwood Small Insurance in Martinsburg, your total insurance solution at 121 Administrative Drive, phone 304-263-3361. Also by Orsini's Home Store, not just an appliance store any longer. They're at 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg and online at Orsinis.com. All right, we're ready to play some football. 1st and 10. From the midfield stripe, moving from right to left, clad in the black uniforms, gold lettering, white trim, Highland Springs football. Martin, the sophomore quarterback, out of the gun, takes a snap, hands it off. Strong running up the middle, power running into that secondary, down to the 40-yard line of Martinsburg goes Aziz Foster Powell, 5'9", 215-pound junior, able to pick up a solid 10 yards and a first down. Boy, he has had himself a first half. I've got 10 carries, 76 yards. And that is now the 7th first and down, pardon me. First down, if I can speak correctly. Don't know where the extra syllable came in that word. The emphasis was in the wrong place, apparently. First down and 10 from the Bulldog 40-yard line. Nearing 4 minutes on that running second quarter clock. Nice crowd on hand for this one on a muggy Friday night. On first down, snap goes back. Martin going to keep it on that read option. Getting to the sideline along this near side, and a late flag comes in.
Eric got connected there with Aziz Foster Powell, and that may be what it is.
Well, it's either that one or Sherrod Musgrove at the end of that play, kind of coming in contact with the quarterback out of bounds. And I think they're going to mark it off against Martinsburg from the 30-yard line after another 10-yard gain. There it is, personal foul, Martinsburg. That's the second time that we have seen the QB pull that football and keep it. He picked up 9 yards the last time. He gets 10 yards this time.
It got me, honestly. I thought they gave it to the running back.
Now you add it down to the 15-yard line with the 15-yard penalty tacked on it for Martinsburg. 7 penalties, 55 yards, and that's beginning to pick up a bit for the Dogs.
Definitely beginning to pick up. And what I said a couple minutes ago, they're giving them great field position, and that's something they can do against their other opponents, but I don't know necessarily against a team like Highland Springs.
From the near side hash mark, they fake the handoff again, and on that keeper, Martin getting to the sideline, and Martin goes out of bounds. Guys hitting the deck at the end of the play, and the Highland Springs crowd wanting another roughing penalty, not going to get it. It is
definitely incidental contact.
Yeah. The play continuing out of bounds that started inbounds.
Yeah, I think the cleats hit each other.
It is a 5-yard gain. 24 yards on 3 carries now for Martin. Quarterback doing a nice job on that read option. From the 10, 2nd and 5 coming. Clock winding. Well, stopped, I should say, as he went out of bounds, so 3:44. 14-13, Martinsburg with a 1-point lead. Snap goes back. Martin hands it off. The running back off the left side of the line, breaks into the secondary and into the end zone, and that is Aziz Foster Powell taking it in from 10 yards out, and Highland Springs has regained the lead.
What a great play offensively by that offensive line, just able to find the key blocks, and then Foster Powell able to find the hole and get right up there. There's only a few yards to get in, and now it puts Highland Springs back on top.
So a 4-play scoring drive covering those 50 yards, and they'll go for the single-point conversion. Snap is back, placement down. Let me make sure on this one the officials give the indication no good. Again, from our angle, hard to tell, but he missed it. And Martinsburg down by 5. Let's take the 60-second break with 3:38 to play in the half. Highland Springs 19, Martinsburg 14.
Remember that last trip to the auto mechanic?
I also think your solenoid gasket is bad.
What?
Yep, that'll be another $500.
Forget that and go to D&N Auto Specialist at 230 Tavern Road, Martinsburg, where honesty is their best policy. Serving the Eastern Panhandle since 1974, D&N Auto is family-owned and operated, specializing in exhaust alignments and tires. From general maintenance to major overhauls, they'll treat you right. Call D&N Auto Specialist at 304-267-4078.
I have somewhat of an aggressive personality. People will tell you that it's not always a good thing. I wanted to have a clothing line that represented me and what I am, but also somebody else. When I came up with aggressive, it stands for actively giving, righteously executing, and sincerely vigorous. Anybody can do that. You know, from a small child doing a good deed or holding the door for someone, or to having somebody pump gas for somebody else. Anybody can do that. Aggressive Clothing is a company that I started to try to be able to give back to local vets, first responders.
Coming from a Foster Powell, end-over-end kick taken along the near side, and the return man at the 30-yard line, Roman Pearson, breaking through some tackles, trying to move to his left, dragging a tackler ahead to the 35, and eventually going down at the 35, and a late penalty marker in at the end of the play. Drive summary, a service of 61st District Delegate Jason Barrett. Trusted leadership, real solutions for Highland Springs. 4 plays, 50 yards in 55 seconds, and 10 yards. The touchdown run for Aziz Foster Powell. The extra point no good for a second time in this first half, and the lead is just 19-14 as Martinsburg takes over. It looks like at their own 35, but let's wait and see what the penalty is at the end of that return. 3:28 remaining in our first half, and after a scoreless first quarter and no points until 8 minutes left in the first half. In fact, 8:12 when the first touchdown came for Highland Springs. There's been a lot of scoring since that time. Still a conversation about whatever happened at the end of that kick return. Looking to the near side, Joe Lomax and our head referee going to pick that up. So whatever they thought they saw apparently did not occur, and so Martinsburg will take over at the 35. It will be a first down and 10. They'll move from left to right, and it looks like Murphy Clement back in there at quarterback. Braxton Todd moving around to the left side of him. Snap goes back. Murphy Clement going to keep it, weaving his way forward, gets hit from behind and driven down. Looks like they'll mark it at the 38, and that'll be a pickup of 3 yards.
Definitely after the last huge run there by Clement, I think that they're kind of closing the gaps more on the defensive side for Highland Springs.
Oh, and let's see if that opens the door then for Braxton Todd, who's had a pretty good first half, 7 carries, 38 yards. Murphy Clement, 6 carries and 81 yards, including a 54-yard touchdown run. Under 3 minutes to play in the half. Second down and 7 from their own 38, ball on the far side, hash mark. Snap is back, and Clement going to hand that one off. Braxton Todd, power running into the secondary, churning the legs to the 45-yard line, and that should be enough for the first down. Let's wait and see where they set it down. Yes, that is a 7-yard gain. He's up to 45 yards on 8 carries. Martinsburg, looking back through, should now be at 9 first half first downs. See if they'll pick up the pace a little bit with 2:40 to play in this first half.
I think that's what they need to do, though, is get Todd going again. He was really going in the beginning of the game and kind of slowed down a little bit, and now I think they need to get them going again, and this might do it.
There it is, a lateral, and now the lateral pass and the deep throw, and that one has a chance to be picked off, and it's in and out of the hands of a defender at the 20-yard line.
Yeah, obviously Braxton Todd, not a quarterback, but can throw a long ball, that's for sure, just not in the direction of his own receivers.
Diving attempt for Daquan Giles, a senior safety, had it in his hands, but the ground knocked it out. And not a Bulldog really around that one, so I'm not sure what Braxton Todd was looking at or hopeful for as he made that deep pass, but fortunate to get it back. 2nd down and 10. So the halfback pass comes up empty. Stops the clock with 2:23 to play in the half.
Just lucky it wasn't picked off.
Yes.
It's another opportunity for Martinsburg to be able to get down the field.
On 2nd and 10, Murphy Clement going to keep it off that left side of the line, works his way into that linebacking core where his feet are taken out from underneath of him. Mark it at the 49 after a 4-yard gain, and the Dogs will face a 3rd and 6. Receiver and defensive back far down the field, exchanging some pleasantries.
I was just about to point that out. I mean, it's not the first time that's happened on either side of the ball for these two teams tonight.
From their own 49 on a key 3rd and 6, the Dogs 2 of 4 on 3rd down conversions. Trying to keep this drive going, 150 and counting in the first half, and Martinsburg down 19-14. Murphy Clement awaiting the shotgun snap. 3 receivers here to the wide side right. There is that snap, and that was Eric King out there as a lead blocker, and bursting through a hole right at the end of that play when it looked like he would be stopped is Murphy Clement, and he's got the first down to the 40-yard line. 11 yards on the carry.
Great job there by Clement to bust it outside, get down the field for a first down, stop the clock for a second while they place the ball, and get a Martinsburg first down now inside of Springer's territory to the 40.
He has been a difference maker in this one, that's for sure. On first down, Murphy Clement has that snap, hands it off. Braxton Todd into the line, picking up about 4 yards down to the 36, and Martinsburg, I think, is going to burn their second timeout. They will.
Yep.
All right, so they will burn the timeout after that gain, as we mentioned, for 4. 2nd down and 6 coming up. The Bulldogs will have what we have right now is one more timeout remaining. Let's keep it here and again remind you, our broadcast presented on TV 10 by Smallwood Small Insurance in Martinsburg. For all of your insurance needs, call them at 304-263-3361. And Orsini's Home Store, not just an appliance store any longer, 360 Hack Wilson Way, Martinsburg, online at Orsinis.com. Let's check in with Colin down on that sideline.
Thank you, Matt and Spencer. About a minute away, I'll be talking with Coach Britt Sherman. Let's see if Martinsburg can get some more points on the board before halftime's over. Seeing a lot of Murphy Clement right now. Let's see if that continues here in this drive. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of scoring recently. Let's see if the Dogs can keep it going. Quick shout-out, Mike Emery. Just let me know that he is tuning in to tonight's broadcast. Shout-out to James Flint, who text with me back in the pregame show, helping us out a little bit with some sound issues.
Yeah, shout out to everybody sticking with us.
Yeah.
Because we've had some sound issues tonight, connectivity issues here in Highland Springs.
On 2nd down, Murphy Clement on the play-action pass, going to throw it to down the near side hash mark, a jump ball, and eventually wrestled away by a Bulldog as Roman Pearson comes away with it. He's into the end zone for the Martinsburg Bulldog touchdown.
Penalty?
I'm not sure what we're going to have.
Do I see a penalty flag down on the far side by the 10-yard line at the 5? Do I see a flag there, or am I just seeing striping?
I have no idea what is going on here, as there were 4 players, 2 for each team, that leaped into the air. I think it was Jacob Barrick was the other Bulldog,
yes.
And then it was Roman Pearson who wrestled that ball away from everybody and made his way to the goal line. And then at the end of the play, we hear multiple whistles blowing, officials coming together, and now let's see what we get. Our head referee, I believe, says... Well, I'll be honest, I don't know. I really did not get what the indication was as our official looked in the near sideline. So let's take this opportunity and check in with Colin. Colin, do you have any idea what that call is from the sideline?
Yes, I do, Matt. I just heard from the official that they are calling it a catch. However, after the catch, it was a forward handoff. Obviously, that's illegal, so it's going to be a catch. And then a 5-yard penalty after that, ball on the 6. Back up to you guys.
So I guess Barrick must get credit for the catch and then the handoff as they're calling it to Pearson. I'm not sure I understand that, but either way, they mark the football down to the 11-yard line where it becomes 1st and 10 for Martinsburg. There is the snap back and the handoff. No, Murphy Clement keeps it coming back here to the near side. He takes on a tackler and then gets taken down by the second man right at the 11. So no gain on that play. Fortunate to get that one back.
We got 45 seconds and counting left in the first half, so they better get something real fast. It looks like a cleat came off. And the clock's still running down to 36 seconds. I don't know if they're going to put time back on the clock or not, but something interesting. They just lost a whole 11 seconds there.
Well, either way, Martinsburg does call a timeout. And once again, let's keep it here. Do not want to miss any action as it gets back underway. I am still a little baffled at the call. I mean, when you've got 4 guys who are going up for that football, it certainly seemed to me like it became a wrestling match, and it was Pearson who came away with it as opposed to a catch being made and then some sort of a forward lateral taking place. Colin is down on the sideline. Colin, has this been an exciting close to this first half or what after that scoreless first quarter?
Yes, it has, guys. And right now, during this timeout, head coach Britt Sherman trying to talk to the officials. Apparently, we had a shoe from a Martinsburg player that was thrown over by a Highland Springs player to their sideline. No flag was called. No timeout was called as well. So they're talking about it, and it looks like nothing was done afterwards. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, no time put back on the clock, that is for sure. And so Martinsburg will face a 2nd down and 10 from the 11-yard line. Ball on the near side, hash mark as they move from left to right, trailing 19-14, 36 seconds remaining in this first half.
Quickly, I was just watching back our stream, and I don't think it was a forward pass. I think he just pulled it out of his hands. From what I'm seeing, it looks like he just pulled it out of his hands.
On 2nd down, Murphy Clement rolling to the far side, going to throw it to the back of the end zone, and in traffic, it is knocked down and incomplete. I believe, trying to get the number, I think that is Taki Heath, who was able to get his hands in there and help knock that one away. I'm looking. Now, that might actually be, that's a 3, not a 2. That's Aziz Foster Powell listed on our roster as a running back, but also playing defensive back. And we've got an injured player down for Highland Springs right out of the back of the end zone. One of the players that was trying to defend on that play. So an injury timeout. We won't send it away yet. Let's wait and see how quickly the young man is able to get to his feet. Dangerous pass there for Clement. His first incompletion, as he is now 2 for 3 and has been able to throw for 104 yards. The young man out of the back of the end zone, we will have to wait and see if he is okay. Couldn't tell whether as he came down maybe hit hard on his back or maybe the head and the helmet kind of snapping backwards and hitting that artificial turf, or whether he got a leg wrapped up underneath of him. 28.6 seconds remaining here in our first half. 19-14 is the lead for Highland Springs. Coming up at the half, we'll hear from Britt Sherman, get his thoughts on what he has seen in this first half of play, and we will recap the scoring. Nick Verzolini has our halftime scoreboard show. We'll run the numbers for you and get you ready for what looks like it should be an exciting second half of football.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going back as this timeout is here and watching that play over and over again, and that was definitely a missed call by the ref. It was coming from the ref from the opposite side, from what I understand. And what happened is Barrick had the ball, and then Pearson took it out of his hand as he was coming down.
Yeah, again, it looked like they were fighting for that football. All of the guys kind of there waiting to see.
that should have been a touchdown.
Yeah, I was thinking it's just a matter of who's going to wrestle away that football, and in the end it was Pearson. By the way, the injured player is Taki Heath, who comes to the near sideline. And we are back to action as Murphy Clement, rolling far side, throws it into the back corner of the end zone, looking for Hudson Clement, but overthrows him, and it's out of the back of the end zone. That was a 3rd down and 10. Martinsburg 3 of 6 on 3rd down conversions, and the Bulldogs appear that they will bring on the field goal unit and make sure that they get some points at the end of this first half. 21.9 seconds remaining in this first half.
And again, that play could be key towards the end of this game, only being able to put a field goal up instead of 7.
The field goal attempt coming from the near side hash mark at about the 18. So that is a 28-yard attempt. Snap is back. Hold is down. Kick is up. That looks good from here, and it is good. So the 28-yard field goal draws Martinsburg a little bit closer as they are down now 19-17. Let's take a 30-second break, just a 30-second break, and then come back as we have the ensuing kickoff. Again, it is Highland Springs 19, Martinsburg 17.
Conveniently located at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, Sunset Car Wash's staff specializes in keeping your car clean. From our famous 3-minute cloth wash to our touchless automatic and 6 self-serve bays, we offer whatever preference you have for your car wash needs. If your vehicle could talk, it would say, "Take me to Sunset Car Wash." That's Sunset Car Wash at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, locally owned and operated.
So we are back once again. The drive summary brought to you by 61st is District Delegate Jason Barrett. Trusted leadership, real solutions. 11 plays, 54 yards, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. And it was a 28-yard field goal from Brent Terwilliger, and Martinsburg down by 2. Ensuing kickoff being returned to the near sideline to the 30-yard line, and Jacob Barrick able to wrestle the return man out of bounds. That return by a number 16. Who is not on the roster sheet that I have. So unfortunately can't tell you who was on that return. But with 11.7 seconds left, there will be an opportunity for Highland Springs to run a play from their own 38. They've got athletes, so you got to be ready to defend no matter what. We'll see if Christian Martin is ready to maybe chuck one deep down the field. Just a sophomore, 6'3", 200 pounds. Already getting some D1 attention at a young age. Joining him in the backfield, Aziz Foster Powell. Pistol formation. There is the snap back, and there is the handoff. And Foster Powell grabbed and taken down. Nice defense by Eric King, who wrapped him up right at the line of scrimmage and was able to throw him down. And so we will go into the locker room after that play, and it is a lead by just 2 for Highland Springs. Let's check in. Colin is down on the sideline. Let's see if he's able to catch up with head coach Britt Sherman.
All right, Matt and Spencer, I'm down here with head coach Britt Sherman right now. Coach, what are your comments on the first half?
You know, we knew it was going to be a dogfight, and you know, that's what it is, and that's what we wanted. And you know, it's all about blocking and tackling, not making mistakes. We made some mistakes, you know, broke a coverage, and you know they're up 2 on us, but you know it's a great game.
All right, what are you going to tell your coach or your team here at half?
Well, we're just going to make some adjustments and try to come out and win the second half. I think we do that, we're good to go.
All right, thank you, Coach. Talk to you later in the post game. Back up to you guys.
There you go, Colin McLaughlin standing by with Britt Sherman, the Martinsburg head coach. Liking what he's seen from his team in the first half. A couple mistakes here and there. They're in this one down right now by 2. Highland Springs with the lead at 19-17. Our halftime brought to you by Mansion Ferretti, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Learn more at wvjusticelawyers.com. A 2-minute timeout. We come back to recap the first half. It's West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim?
auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk. See dealer for details.
Home Helpers of the Eastern Panhandle, making life easier for you, your family, and especially your loved ones that need their care. They are locally owned and searching for smiling faces to hire so that your loved one can stay in their home where they are the happiest. Call 304-433-8000 or visit homehelpershomecare.com/panhandle, or you can visit them at 3192 Winchester Avenue right here in Martinsburg. Each office is independently owned and operated.
W. Kreider Memorial Springers, they lead the Martinsburg at the half along with Spencer Dupuis. I'm Matt. Colin Schaffner running sideline and cameras. Colin McLaughlin helping out with those boards as well. Donna Schaffner is our engineer back at the studio. Let's quickly recap the in that opening quarter. Martinsburg taking the nice drive, ran 8 plays, had 1 and 4 at the 20 of Highland Springs. That fourth down play turned it over on and out. They punted. Martinsburg again would get a first down, run 6 offensive plays, but ultimately had to punt it away. Ezra Bajan on that kind of pooch kick or quick kick, punted for 30 yards, helped to pin Highland Springs back at their own 19. They started to put together a drive as they had a couple of first downs, worked their way to that midfield stripe, but ultimately on a 3rd and 4 lost a pair, had to punt it away, and at the end of quarter number 1, there was no score. Neither team really able to get much going. Martinsburg was at the 47-yard line, their own 47, ready to run the 6th play of their 3rd possession early on in quarter number 2 when Ezra Bajan overshot his intended target. It was intercepted, and at that point, taking over at their own 32, Highland Springs put together a 5-play, 68-yard scoring drive, and with 8:12 to play in the first half, they took a 7-0 lead on the 3-yard touchdown run for Kai Heath. Martinsburg would quickly answer, 6:18 to play in the first half. It was a 2-play, 57-yard drive with a 54-yard touchdown run for Murphy Clement. It would only stay 7-7 for a short period of time. In fact, how about what? That was 6:18 for 18 total seconds. It was a 2-play, 60-yard drive on that next possession for Highland Springs and a 72-yard touchdown pass as Christian Martin hit Takai Heath for the score. Extra point, though, was wide. That made it 13-7. And the Bulldogs, very quickly back in the scoring column themselves as they would get a 79-yard touchdown pass that went from Murphy Clement to Hudson Clement at 4:33 to play in our first half. The 30-yard extra point was up and good after a couple of penalties there on the PAT attempt, and it was a nice job by Brent Terwilliger to give Martinsburg a 14-13 lead. It would be a 19-14 lead for Highland Springs with 3:38 to play in the half as they capped a 4-play, 50-yard drive with a 10-yard touchdown run for Aziz Foster Powell. And then at the end of the half with 18 seconds left, a 28-yard field goal up and good for Brent Terwilliger. cutting the deficit to 2, and that's where we stand at the half. Highland Springs 19, Martinsburg 17. I would say, Spencer, we have gotten just about everything we expected from this game in the first half.
Yeah, definitely everything we've expected, and as you heard Coach Sherman say in that interview with Colin down on the sideline at halftime, they wanted it to be a dogfight, and they're getting a dogfight.
They certainly are. Let's find out what else is going on around the Mountain State and the Eastern Panhandle Athletic Conference as Nick Verzolini is standing by with our halftime scoreboard show. We'll send it back to him after this 2-minute timeout. It's West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio, WRNR and TV 10.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs. Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
I have somewhat of an aggressive personality. People will tell you that it's not always a good thing. I wanted to have a clothing line that represented me and what I am, but also somebody else. When I came up with aggressive, it stands for actively giving, righteously executing, and sincerely vigorous. Anybody can do that. You know, from a small child doing a good deed or holding the door for someone or to having somebody pump gas for somebody else. Anybody can do that. Aggressive Clothing is a company that I started to try to be able to give back to local vets, first responders, and law enforcement. My grandfather and 7 other brothers of his were all in the Navy. They were in Pearl Harbor, and this was my way to be able to give back, whether it be doing charitable donations or networking, helping them get jobs, anything I can do to help.
Palace Lounge in Martinsburg has a brand new list of daily specials. Monday, stop on in for burger night or enjoy a nice juicy steak every Tuesday and Wednesday. The Palace Lounge also offers freshly steamed shrimp Thursdays and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Sunday is all-day breakfast and there are drink specials daily too. So come enjoy the Palace Lounge. You can find them on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard.
Welcome into the halftime show here at the half. Highland Springs leading Martinsburg 19-17. Some other scores from our area. Jefferson over Spring Mills right now 20-7 at the half. Hedgesville getting beat up by Morgantown 35-7 at the half. Musselman over Sharando 13-8 at the half. No score reported between Independence and Washington. As we look at the scores from the rest of the Mountain State, we'll start in AAA. University of Wheeling Park will play tomorrow. That's a big one on Saturday. Huntington leading George Washington 14-0. Highlanders continuing their good start to the season. Robert C. Byrd and Preston, that game was postponed. A couple more postponements for you. Good one at Cabell Midland. Cabell Midland leading Hurricane 24-19 at the half. Parkersburg over Parkersburg South right now, 7-0. That's an 11th-ranked Parkersburg South team. Spring Valley beating up on St. Albans, as expected, 28-0 in the second quarter. In that one, Trimble of Ohio tied up with John Marshall at 14. Lincoln County trails Oak Hill 20-14 in the first quarter. Was the last time we had an update on that score. Marietta of Ohio leading Ripley 28-7. Hampshire leading Parkview of Sterling, Virginia, 35-13. Capital and Riverside, no score reported there. As I mentioned, Sharando leading Musselman 13-8. Some AA scores of note. Lincoln beats Nicholas County last night 21-13. Herbert Hoover beating up on Wyoming East 50-6 at the half. That is quite the first half of your Herbert Hoover. Kaiser 7-0 over Robert C. Byrd. Scott leads Sherman 12-6. 7-0 Point Pleasant over Oak Glen. Independence leading Shady Spring 32-7. Two different Independences, by the way. One's in Virginia, one's in West Virginia. East Fairmont tied with Braxton County at 14. Martins Ferry of Ohio leading Weir 16-7. Winfield leads Wayne 22-12. So that'll do it for your halftime scoreboard update. We'll send it back to Matt and Spencer after this.
Hi, my name's Corey, and I'm here at Orsini's in beautiful Martinsburg, West Virginia. We no longer specialize in only appliances. We have kitchen design, countertops, cabinets, flooring, and even a new 1,200 square foot sleep studio with brands such as Stearns & Foster, Sealy, and Tempur-Pedic. 304-267-7251, 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg. We price match the big box stores, and we give back to our local community.
Orsini's.com. Remember that last trip to the auto mechanic?
I also think your solenoid gasket is bad.
What?
Yep, that'll be another $500.
Forget that and go to D&N Auto Specialist at 230 Tavern Road, Martinsburg, where honesty is their best policy. Serving the Eastern Panhandle since 1974, D&N Auto is family-owned and operated, specializing in exhaust alignments and tires. From general maintenance to major overhauls, they'll treat you right. Call D&N Auto Specialist at 304-267-4078. This is Matt Miller, along with my wife, Dale.
As homeowners, we've been through the mortgage process several times, and each time we went to Mark and Cheryl Savitt at the Mortgage Center.
They treat you like family with personal one-on-one service, walking with you through the process from application to settlement.
Plus, low interest rates and closing costs.
The Mortgage Center is on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Phone 304-267-9040.
Or online at mortgagefinancing.com. NMLS number 237527, equal housing lender.
The right attorney can make all the difference in the outcome of your case.
I called Sutton and Janelle, the best lawyers you could ask for.
Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. 70 years of collective legal experience. Family law, criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, and mediation.
Sutton and Janelle got the most favorable outcome I could have expected.
Visit Sutton and Janelle's new historic location, 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Online at suttonandjanelle.com. Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. They value your rights and are passionate about your success.
Get it?
I'm thinking it has to do with we're near an airport.
1 minute. Thank you, sir. Talk to you later.
This is Ben Copenhaver, your local alarm professional at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Did you know that home break-ins are 6% more likely during the day? That's right. The bad guys know when you're away, and they are smarter than you think. Dynamark Atlantic Security has the security solutions for you. Don't commit the error when the game is on the line. Phone me today at 304-671-2158 to learn how to play good defense against the bad guys. Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call today at 304-671-2158.
Over? It's not over until we say it's over. Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? No!
After an eternity in the cold trenches filled with the sinew of flesh,
When the going gets tough, the tough get going.
men have to dig down deep and grab a hold of anything they can for motivation.
Let's go!
Rock's Coffee, a great pick-me-upper.
I've got him running 22 first half plays, yards, 114 on the ground, and 104 through the air with 6 possessions, 2 punts, 3 touchdowns, and they had the football as they went into the locker room at the half. Penalized 6 times for 40 yards and did not have a turnover. On third down conversions, 1 of 3, and they did not attempt a fourth down conversion in the first half. Individual numbers, Aziz Foster carries 86 yards, including a 10-yard touchdown run. Also running the football, starting quarterback Christian Martin. He's got 3 carries for 24 yards, and there was a carry for Takai Heath. He went 3 yards for a touchdown on a jet sweep. and that came as the first score of the game. Throwing the football, Martin 3 of 5 for 104 yards, including a 72-yard touchdown. His only reception of the first half. There was a grab for 26 yards for Kwanye Venny and a catch for 6 yards for Mike Hodge Jr. Let's turn to the Martinsburg Bulldogs. We had them running 35 first half plays. That's 13 more than Highland Springs. One way to try to slow down an explosive offense: keep the football yourself. Martinsburg doing a nice job of that. 292 yards for the Dogs, 143 on the ground, 149 through the air. Martinsburg with 6 possessions in the first half, had a turnover on downs, punted, had a turnover on an interception, scored a pair of touchdowns, and then on their last possession added a field goal. They have been penalized 7 times for 55 yards. Martinsburg 3 of 6 on third down conversion attempts, 0 for 1 on fourth down. Let's go to individual numbers for Ezra Bajan, 6 of 8 passing for 45 yards. Did not have a run in that first half. Murphy Clement throwing the football, 2 of 4 for 104 yards, including a 79-yard touchdown pass. He also had a 54-yard touchdown run as Murphy Clement leads the ground game with 9 carries for 96 yards, 9 carries for 49 yards for Braxton Todd. And those are the running and passing numbers. Receiving numbers: a catch for 8 yards for Stefan Barclay. There was a catch for 15 yards out of the backfield for Xavion Kendall. 3 catches, 44 yards for Jacob Barrick, and 3 grabs for 82 yards and a touchdown for Hudson Clement. All right, the two teams making their way back to their respective sidelines. That means we need to take a final 2-minute timeout and then come back with your second half kick. First half numbers brought to you by Dobson and Associates PLLC. They want to be your back office. Find out more by phoning 304-264-0437 or stop by 217 West Burke Street in Martinsburg. Back after this with your score: Highland Springs 19, Martinsburg 17.
The Mid-Atlantic Group has been serving the area's insurance needs for 40 years. We are an independent insurance agency, therefore we can offer insurance from many insurance companies. Find the right coverage at the right price with Easy Payment Plan. Located at 201 West Martin Street in Martinsburg, the Mid-Atlantic Group is easily accessible from Morgan, Jefferson, and Berkeley County. To set up an appointment with a local insurance professional, give them a call today at 304-267-8989. That's the Mid-Atlantic Group at 201 West Martin Street in Martinsburg. Let them help insure you today.
Looking to buy a home in the Eastern Panhandle? Having trouble getting your house sold? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as the #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Phone 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Putting the final touches on the halftime show, a service of Mansion Ferretti Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com. Shout out to Woody Beasley, who I know is tuning in for this one back at home. Wishing him all the best as he is returning from some knee surgery and ready to get back out there and umpire some baseball games. He's got a little bit of time to work himself back into shape, I understand, to get ready to get out there and do that. But it won't be long, will it? I mean, here we are playing football, basketball season not too far away, and then spring rolls around. So ready to get this second half underway with our second half kick brought to you by Bears Repair, 904 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. For all of your automotive repair needs, call the certified mechanics at Bears Repair at 304-262-0208. And it is Highland Springs to get the football to get this second half started. And Spencer right now with the lead at 2. I know they've had some issues missing a pair of extra point attempts, but a touchdown here gives them an 8-point lead, still at 1 possession. So the PAT makes it 2 possessions. Martinsburg needs to come out and make a defensive stop, because outside of the fact that Highland Springs got the football with only 11 seconds left, ran one running play, and took it into the locker room at the half, officially their last 3 real possessions of that first half, they went right down the field and scored. Martinsburg, I think, needs to make a defensive stop here to start this second half.
Yeah, I think defense needs to be one of the focuses coming out of the locker room that head coach Britt Sherman gets to his players. And I think another thing that needs to happen is I think that consistently on the Martinsburg offense, they need to find a way to run the ball better.
Well, you look at that first half, pretty balanced, 143 on the ground and 149 through the air. We'll see if they can keep that going as we get into our second half. It is Terwilliger teeing it up at the 40-yard line, just inside of the hash mark on this near side of the field. He'll be kicking from left to right. Our officiating crew blows the whistle, and we are ready to go. And here comes that kick, and it's a bouncing squibble on the near side. The football is free at the 40-yard line, still free down at the 35-yard line, and Hudson Clement comes away with it. Martinsburg football at the Highland Springs 36.
You know, later in the first half, didn't I tell you I don't know why they do that play when they're playing a team like Highland Springs? That's why. So they can get the ball back and potentially go up here.
So turnover number 1 for Highland Springs. It will come on the onside kick to open the second half. And with 11:55 to play in the half, it took just 5 seconds to recover that one. Martinsburg will have it, and Ezra Bajan is back out there to run the quarterback spot. Braxton Todd to his left side. Left. Todd now switches around. Actually, throw over the middle. Finds a man in the middle. Man down inside the 15 to the first down.
Great job. Middle of the field, and now they're in.
What a throw. Ezra Bajan putting that. Get that one over top of the linebacking in stride in front of that. 10 yards to go for a first from Springs. King out there as an H-back. Is that of King cuts it up to the goal line into the end zone. It's a Martinsburg Bulldog touchdown. Here to the right side. Hold on. Penalty. Martinsburg. And
I wondered why it seemed like there. Yeah, I guess it's because there was holding.
Where they're going to mark it from 14, so is it a yard or two? -10 on the hold, and for Martinsburg, 65 yards. Takes a touchdown off the board. They move it back line. Can get a first down. Again, first down all over again, about 18. Bajan will throw. Braxton Todd, nice spin move as he back left, but there's still no place for him. Under right at the line of scrimmage. The will bring up now a second down, about 18. That looked promising at first, and then he made that spin move. Looked like he was going to find an opening. There just was none. This is a solid and quick defense for Highland Springs. The Dogs facing that 2nd down and 18. Ezra Bajent out of the gun. Gets the snap. Hands it off. Braxton Todd. Power running straight ahead, and nothing there again as there's a stalemate at the line. Will he get a yard to the 21? No. He got back to the line, and that is it. So from the 22-yard line, and now brings up a 3rd down and 18. And if you're Martinsburg, you get that onside kick. You get some momentum to open up this second half. You really want to take advantage and put some points on the board. Otherwise, you kind of lose some of that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, really this score should be different, but you can't mess with the referees' calls that already happened in a high school game.
On 3rd down and 18, Ezra Bajent awaiting that shotgun snap. It's a little bit low. He's got it. Slings it out near side, high into the air. Reaching for that one is Roman Pearson, and it's incomplete. He was juggling that one just as he was being hit by a defensive back who separated him from the football. Martinsburg now 3 of 7 on 3rd down conversions.
And that ball, as you mentioned, separated. The defender separated the ball from him upon entry into his hands as he was contacted by the defender.
Well, Martinsburg going to try to take the lead on what would be a 40-yard field goal as Hudson Clement gets ready to hold for Brent Terwilliger. Terwilliger has been solid in this one with a 30-point PA or 30-yard PAT, pardon me, and a 28-yard field goal. Right down the middle of the field. Snap is back. Hold is down. Kick is up. And no, he's going to push it a little wide to the left. Seemed to get up underneath of that football as well. And the 40-yard field goal attempt, no good, but hold on. Oh, we're going to get running into the kicker on Highland Springs. And, yeah, Brent Terwilliger limping as he makes his way towards that far sideline. Now, it doesn't look like it was roughing. It doesn't seem that the indication would be a 15-yard penalty.
I think the Martinsburg sideline wants it to be, though.
So, yeah, it looks like the running into the kicker variety, which will move the football down to the 17. Now the question is, how's Terwilliger? Because he's still limping around as he picks up that block and now looks to set it down for what would be a 35-yard field goal attempt. So +5, going to be unofficially 7 penalties, 45 yards now for Highland Springs for running into the kicker. So now a 35-yard
like
attempt.
Early.
Yep, now there's movement for the Bulldogs. So -5, and the Dogs now penalized 9 times for 70 yards. Now you still get another opportunity. Let's see what can happen here as Terwilliger will set it down. And I'm not sure if he's moving back a little bit to give him a little. No, now they do move the block forward. It'll be just inside the 30, so we're back to that 40-yard field goal attempt.
Terwilliger looks good. He doesn't look like he's limping anymore. Could have just been something real fast.
There is the snap back, and this time the kick is on the way. Plenty of leg on this one, and right down the middle, he got it. The 40-yard field goal for Brent Terwilliger, and Martinsburg takes the 1-point lead. 9:32 to play in the third. Back in 60 with Martinsburg leading 20-19.
Remember that last trip to the auto mechanic?
I also think your solenoid gasket is bad.
What?
Yep, that'll be another $500.
Forget that and go to D&N Auto Specialist at 230 Tavern Road, Martinsburg, where honesty is their best policy. Serving the Eastern Panhandle since 1974, D&N Auto is family-owned and operated, specializing in exhaust alignments and tires. From general maintenance to major overhauls, they'll treat you right. Call D&N Auto Specialist at 304-267-4078.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve. That's what we mean by treating you like family.
Now the ensuing kickoff, a squib kick bouncing along the far side, taken at about the 22-yard line. The return man trying to streak across the field, caught by Murphy Clement and brought down inside the 25.
Great job there by Clement, and realize where the ball came and just pursue and tackle the guy inside his own 25.
That's again our number 16 that we do not have on our roster. Scoring drive summary brought to you by 61st District Delegate Jason Barrett. Trusted leadership, real solutions. 5 plays, 14 yards, 2 minutes, 23 seconds. After recovering the onside kick to start the second half, and a 40-yard field goal from Brent Terwilliger, Martinsburg leads 20-19.
I believe that's Karan Ferguson, who we have as 29, but I'm
all right,
seeing on a Virginia Athletics website it is 16.
From their own 23-yard line on 1st down and 10. Let's see what the Springers can do. Christian Martin out of the shotgun. Has a back to his left, awaiting that snap. He's got it. He's going to hand it off, and the Dogs in the hole, able to meet Aziz Foster Powell and get him down after a pickup of about 3 to the 26.
And I don't know if you saw that, Matt, but we got continuing extracurricular activities on all these plays. For Martinsburg, Raphael Taylor Peretti was pushed all the way down to the 45-yard line.
89 yards on 13 carries now for Foster Powell. 2nd down and 7 from the 26, moving from right to left. 2 receivers here to the short side. Actually, 3 receivers. This number 11 is very tightly in there. There's the pass to that far side. Grab is made. Murphy Clement grabbing a hold of Mike Hodge Jr. and hanging on and eventually getting some help to bring him down, but not until about that 34-yard line. That gain will be good for 8 and a 1st down. So good-looking pass out there to that far side, and the grab made, the gain of 8, 1st down and 10. Football out to the 34. They have only faced 3 third downs so far in this one. As in their scoring possessions, they've been able to score relatively quickly. There is a handoff on the jet sweep, streaking to the near side and picking up yards. Kwanye Venny eventually forced out of bounds at the 45-yard line. That gain is going to be good for 11 and a 1st. First time we've seen Venny on a running play like that. We saw a jet sweep back in that first half that went 3 yards for a touchdown from Takai Heath. So now from the 45, still in Springer territory. Highland Springs with yet another 1st and 10, their 11th 1st down in this one.
They're just getting yards in 10-plus yard bunches, really. That's what's happening.
Dogs have to find a way to make a stop. Martin out of the gun, taking that high snap. He's going to fake the give, keep it coming here to the short side, and forced out of bounds by Jacob Barrick just before the midfield stripe. I think they're going to call it the 49, so that's a pickup of 4. We've seen him be very effective with that play as he reads that defensive end, and when that defensive end is biting down inside, he'll pull it out of the belly of Foster Powell, and Martin will keep it himself, and good size, 6'3", 200 pounds, not easy to bring down. From their own 49, a 2nd and 6 coming in that first half. 3 carries for 24 yards. So he's up to 28 yards now on 4 carries. He'll position Foster Powell to his right side. There comes that snap back. He wants to throw, but Jacob Barrick is there, wraps him up, loses him, now gets some help, and eventually they'll blow the play dead. Barrick will get credit for the sack.
That will extracurricular activity.
It'll come back at the 44-yard line.
I mean, this just keeps getting more wild, I feel like, as the plays go on. It seemed like a Highland Springs player initiated that at the end.
A little frustration at the end of that play. Jacob Barrick with an outstanding job of quickly getting to the quarterback. Missed blocking assignment. It didn't look like he was touched from our angle. And if you put it back down at the 44-yard line, it will bring up 3rd down, roughly 11. So in that first half, 1 of 3 on 3rd down conversions. They faced in that first half a 3rd and 6, a 3rd and 4, and a 3rd and 3. They only converted on that 3rd and 3. And now I think we're going to get a timeout And we do. Let's take the 60-second break. Timeout Highland Springs with Martinsburg leading 20-19.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596. Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
20-19, Martinsburg with a 1-point lead thanks to a 40-yard field goal from Brent Terwilliger, who has kicked 2 field goals and a pair of extra points, and one of those from 30 yards out. He has been lights out. He may be our WVU Medicine Player of the Game by the end of this one.
Yeah, I mean, just continuing to do great things on the field.
All right, 3rd down and 11 coming out of the timeout. The Dogs showing blitz. They'll back out. Back to throw. Martin deep along this near side. Open receiver off the fingertips of his intended target, Mike Hodge Jr. down the near sideline. He was at about the Martinsburg 25. Could not bring it in. Slightly overthrown, and it's incomplete.
Yeah, he had about, I'd say, 3 or 4 steps right there on Sarad Musgrove.
And the Dogs staying in that man-to-man, right? They're going to force your hand, and able to get away with it in that situation. So the punting unit comes on. Once again, a 36 that we would have on our roster is Jamon Lewis. He's listed as a sophomore. Of course, there's a second 36 on the roster that I have, Calavion Bailey, who's listed as a junior cornerback. So it could be him. Either way, we get the punt away, a high floating kick that bounces at the 25-yard line and takes a springer's roll down inside the 20. Looks like they'll mark it at about the 17. And so that punt will cover roughly 39 yards with the bounce. And with 6:54 to go in our third quarter, Martinsburg with the football and the lead. We've not been able to say that much in this one, right? They fell behind 7-0. They tied it. They took a 14-13 lead just briefly after falling behind 13-7, but then we're down 19-14, down 19-17. See what the Dogs do here from their own 17-yard line on 1st down and 10 with that 1-point lead, 6:54 to play here in quarter number 3. Is that Murphy Clement back out there this time at quarterback? It is, I believe.
I think they need to get the snap.
There is that snap back, and nope, that is Ezra Bajan. He gives the screen pass on that left side, getting it to Braxton Todd. Todd with blockers out in front, able to get outside the numbers beyond the 35 into the 40-yard line and taken down, it looks like, at the 41.
Braxton Todd just continues to dominate. Whether he's running the ball or catching screen passes, he's just dominant tonight, as he is every week.
I believe that one was a legitimate screen, not a lateral. We've seen some lateral passes for the Bulldogs, but that looked like the legitimate screen pass, and that goes for 24 yards and a Bulldog first down. Now from their own 41-yard line on 1st and 10. Bajan looking over that defense. Has 2 receivers to that short side left, 2 here to the right. One of those, the H-back Barrick. He'll be a blocker. A quick throw over the middle. Caught by Hudson Clement. Clement to the 40-yard line. Makes a man miss to the 35. Heading to the sideline. Coughed up the football, and it will go out of bounds, it looked like, on the sideline. So it should still belong to Martinsburg. Let's wait and see.
There are Highland Springs players that were pointing towards their way, and they're continuing to be, so I don't know. Hard to see from where we were. Maybe Colin was down there.
Yeah, Colin definitely not too far from that one, so we will reach out and see. Colin, what could you see from your angle?
I saw down here, guys, it was a fumble, but the ball touched out of bounds before it was recovered. It's going to stay Martinsburg ball. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much. Colin on the spot, we'll call him, as he was right there to help make that yard line. That's another gain of 20. And for the Bulldogs, fortunate to be able to get that.
We have him down there because it's hard to see.
Ground game, and Braxton Todd on that carry, pushing his way forward down to the 30, so a gain of about 3. Second down and 7 coming. Minutes to play here in quarter number. 52 yards on 11. Martinsburg in that first half. We see Highland Springs here in the second. 6 for the Springers.
He's getting close to 350 yards on this young season.
Yeah, Braxton Todd playing well. Remember, he missed the first game.
Yeah, and then didn't play. He hurt himself.
Second, our sideline, and intended target. Looked like of that play, but after the football, and I believe that was Hudson Clement, and it was, who was the intended target. Incomplete pass going to bring up a crucial third down. Dogs really would like to keep this drive going the way that they have moved the football. Would love to put points on the board, and let's see what we'll have just at the snap of the football. Penalty marker, whistles, procedure, Martinsburg. Not what you want. -5. The Bulldogs' 10th penalty unofficially for 75 yards. And now it goes to a third down and 12 back at the 35 of Highland Springs. Out of the shotgun, the quarterback awaits that snap. That's Murphy Clement out there. He fakes that give to Braxton Todd. Moving to his right, gets snowed under at the 31-yard line. He's able to get about 4 yards. You got to imagine the Dogs are going for it here. So Martinsburg now 3 of 8 on third down conversions. Back in that first half, they were 0 for 1 on their only fourth down conversion attempt. Here it looks like it'll be 4th and about 8. Might call it a long 7, but either way, they got a ways to go. Got to find a way to keep this drive going. Ezra Bajent back out there at quarterback. He's going to send Braxton Todd in motion here to the flat on the right, and Ezra Bajent throwing far side and knocked away, incomplete. Trying to get that one, I believe, to Jacob Barrick, and he is slow to get up as he was landing on the ground. Had a guy kind of falling on him, and he immediately was reaching for his leg. Let's hope that it's nothing more than a cramp, and that looks to be, I can't tell what they're working on other than that right leg. Yeah, now beginning to push that toe back, and yeah, I think it may just be a cramp situation. Let's hope it's nothing worse as he remains down on his back and the training staff tending to him. So the pass incompletion. Dogs now 0 for 2 on fourth down attempts, and that Highland Springs defense does a tremendous job to be able to hold Martinsburg from getting any points on the board. Gives us a chance to remind you our third quarter presented on TV 10 by Chris Ross and Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Buying or selling a home? Call Chris Ross at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Also presented by Sutton & Janelle, attorneys at law, a full-service law firm helping individuals, families, and businesses with all of their legal needs at 224 West King Street. You can phone them at well, I'm sorry, you should go to their website. My apologies. It's not a phone number. That's a web address. It's suttonandjanelle.com. Let's check in with Colin as he is down on that sideline, not too far away from the injured Bulldog player.
Yeah, Matt and Spencer, it looks like right now it's just a cramp, hopefully, in his right leg. They're stretching it out, feeling the calf right now, seeing if it's anything more than that. Just stretching them out right now. Seems like there might be some pain in the knee. Hopefully it's nothing too serious and get back in. Send it back up to you guys now.
Thank you very much. Colin McLaughlin down on the sidelines, continuing to tend to that right leg. I believe it is Jacob Barrick. It is.
It definitely looks kind of awkward the way he came down watching the TV10 replay right here. And I don't know if it's a hamstring, but he looks like he's just having trouble.
I think it's cramping in both legs because they're now working on the opposite leg from the one that they had started on earlier, and so he is hurting out there right now.
It's definitely humid outside tonight.
Oh yeah, it's been a warm, muggy kind of evening, especially with the rain that came through earlier as we were getting all of our equipment set up. We dealt with a little bit of rainfall. And once that rain stopped, you kind of get that sauna feel around the area.
Thankfully, we got this AC unit in our press box because I don't know how we would definitely be sweating our butts off in here.
There you go. He is to his feet. A couple of teammates going to help Jacob Barrick make his way to the sideline. He is walking on his own, but I can't tell now from this. I'm looking through the binoculars and doesn't look like he's putting much weight on the one leg, but he's certainly not going to be back anytime soon. Hopefully he'll get back in this one. He's a key part of the offense and the defense. So 4 minutes, 31 seconds to go here in quarter number 3. Martinsburg with a 20-19 lead. Highland Springs with the football, 1st and 10 from their own 31. Christian Martin handing it off, and right up the middle, breaking into the secondary is Foster Powell. He's across the midfield stripe. He's to the Bulldog 40, breaking tackles along the far side hash mark, down inside the 25, and the football popped free at the end of the play. Did Martinsburg get it? Let's wait and see. Martinsburg says they have it.
Long discussion here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've not seen any kind of an indication. There it is, Martinsburg Bulldog football.
That's exactly what you need after giving up a huge run. I knew somebody, as I saw the players converging, I knew they were looking to peanut punch that one out.
Wow, that is a big break for the Bulldogs. They recover at the 21-yard line. That is a run of 48 yards, but then the fumble and recovered by Martinsburg. I did not see who was able to get on that loose football, but that is big. Wow, what a tough break for a very talented running back for Highland Springs. I've got him now 137 yards on 14 carries for Aziz Foster Powell. But Martinsburg, after giving up the long run, takes the football right back on 1st down and 10 from their own 21-yard line. Out of the gun, that's Murphy Clement out there this time. And just as he takes the snap, penalty marker down. Wow, we're going to have a delay of game, which is funny to me. The football was snapped, and then you're blowing the whistle. I guess there's just that brief moment where it takes time to, get the whistle blown after seeing the clock. The stopwatch may be turned from our back judge, but either way, wow, 11 penalties now, 80 yards for Martinsburg.
Looking back on the TV10 replay, it looks as if it was Hudson Clement that popped the ball out.
Now from about the 16-yard line, Hudson Clement going to keep it, and the Bulldog running back off the left side out close to the 25, but another penalty marker is down. Now the Dogs have struggled this year with penalties. I've got them now at 11 for 80 yards, and if this is a hold, it's going to back them up even more, and there it comes. Holding Martinsburg. So minus 10, 12 penalties, 90 yards for Martinsburg, and they are going the wrong way after getting that turnover back at about the 21-yard line. This is going to get marked off, it looks like, from the 18. So move it all the way back to the 8-yard line. Yikes.
Not good.
So that's 1st down and 23 now from the 8-yard line.
Country mile.
With a few curves in there, that's for sure. Murphy Clement out of the gun. We'll have Braxton Todd to his right. Trip receivers to the short side left. There is the snap back. Murphy Clement coming here to the near side. Stumbling forward, gets out to the 15. Mark him to the 16-yard line, and that gain's going to be good for 8. That's not bad in that situation. to pick up a good solid 8 yards. Now you go to a 2nd down and 15. You pick up another 8, and a 3rd and 7. Not too bad after you were facing a 1st and 23.
Yeah, that 8-yard chunk is pretty good to make it 2nd and 15 after being.
I've got 108 yards on 11 carries for Murphy Clement, who had a 54-yard touchdown run in that first half. 2nd down and 15, and there's a pass to the far side. A little double clutch from Clement before the wide receiver screen that was a little high for Sherrod Musgrove. It's off his hands and incomplete. And now the Dogs will face a 3rd and 15. Martinsburg just 3 of 8 on 3rd down conversions. Have certainly labored in that category. Got to find a way to try to make something happen here, although you don't want to do anything dangerous. 2 of 5 passing for 104 yards now for Murphy Clement. On 3rd and 15 from their own 16 with the ball along the near side hash mark. Single receiver out to that wide side. Clement awaiting that snap with Braxton Todd a yard behind him and to his left. There is the snap back. He's got some time. Now sets up the middle screen. Braxton Todd the catch, immediately taken down to the 15-yard line.
Doesn't even get the yard. I think he gets taken back.
Latrell Sutton read that one all the way, and the linebacker was able to make the stop literally for minus a yard. So you get the screen pass that cost you a yard. And the punting unit comes on. Dogs now 3 of 9 on 3rd down conversions.
This game, I think, really is testing Martinsburg because they're not used to being up by 1 in the 3rd quarter with 2:40 left.
They do have a 20-19 lead thanks to a 40-yard field goal on the opening possession of this second half. And what do we got? Timeout on the field, and it's taken by Highland Springs. Let's take the break as well. 2:34 left in the 3rd. Martinsburg leading 20-19.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
The WVU Heart and Vascular Institute is pleased to announce the continued expansion of services in the Eastern region with the addition of vascular surgeon Omar Nadra. Board certified in general surgery, Dr. Nadra holds certifications in laparoscopic surgery, endoscopic surgery, and advanced airway management. The WVU Heart and Vascular Institute is at the Dorothy McCormick Center in Martinsburg with additional clinics nearby in Shepherdstown, Winchester, and Hagerstown. For more info or to schedule an appointment, call 304-350-3273 or visit mywvuheart.com.
So Martinsburg brings the offense back out there. That means Ezra Bajan will look to take that shotgun snap, and we get a false start on the Bulldogs as an offensive lineman jumped.
You just can't do that. You really just can't do that.
13 penalties, 95 yards unofficially for Martinsburg. It goes to a now 4th down and 20, and the football is all the way back to the 10-yard line. So you know he's going to punt it out. It's just a question of getting it out, and it's a low snap, and Ezra Bajan does get that punt away. Wow, pretty good kick. Fair catch called for and made.
Yeah, for the situation that was in, that was a great punt.
Quanye Venny making that a fair catch at the 43-yard line, so 33 yards on the punt under duress. Wow. Martinsburg dodges a bullet there, but Highland Springs has outstanding field position with 2:30 to play here in quarter number 3, their 3rd offensive possession of this second half. They have punted once and turned it over on a fumble after a 48-yard run. Pistol formation for the quarterback as Christian Martin, the sophomore, awaits the snap. He's got it, hands it off, and Aziz kind of scrimmage spins off of it, bounces in the 30, and let's see, they're going to mark him 27-yard line. 16 yards on. We've got him upwards of 115 carries. I'm telling you, he's running Martinsburg's got to find a way down as this one continues to play out. He size at 5'9", but you 15 pounds on that frame, and boy, he is tough to bring down. From the 27-yard line, it's the keeper for Martin, and he gets thrown down right at the line of scrimmage. Dogs not biting on that one. That's King off the bottom of the pile. But I believe that may have been Kai Fagan, a linebacker, who was right there to help make that stop. Nice play. They do give him a yard as he got down to the 26. 2nd down, 9 coming up. (20-19) Martinsburg. Clock winding, 1:44 and counting in this third quarter. Just the third offensive possession of this second half for Highland Springs. Really only had 5 possessions in that first half. It was the last time they had it. Ran one play and took 11 seconds off going into the locker room. Handoff to Foster Powell off the left side. He gets to the sideline as he bounces it outside, and eventually Sherrod Musgrove able to wrap him up high and force him out of bounds, but not until that 13-yard line after a 13-yard gain and another first down.
For those listening, update on the Jefferson Spring Mills game. Jefferson up 34-7 in the fourth quarter.
How about 166 yards on 16 carries? This young man is having himself an evening against what has been a strong Bulldog defense through the first 3 games. On 1st and 10 from the 13. Pistol formation with the ball on the near side, hash mark. Martin has that shotgun snap. Bobbled it just a little bit, handed it off, and a nice job by Aziz Foster Powell as he managed to squeeze through a hole, bounce to his left, and then gets forced out of bounds at about the 2-yard line. That gain should be good for 11. Another first down, and it is 1st and goal to go.
Yeah, and Clement there saved the touchdown with a 1:19 left in the third quarter.
It's at the 3-yard line, so a 10-yard gain, so 176 yards unofficially on 17 carries for Foster Powell. And on 1st down and goal to go, I'm imagining you got to give him that football again. He's been the workhorse. He deserves to eat a little bit here, right? Nope, they fake the handoff. Martin keeps it, and turning the corner on the left side, gets to the goal line where he's met by a pair of Bulldogs, but breaks through for the touchdown. So Christian Martin gets the score from 3 yards out to put Highland Springs back up again. Let's see if they'll go for the 2-point conversion. Looks like they will keep the offense on. The penalties hurt Martinsburg after getting the turnover. After the long run in the last possession, the Dogs went the wrong direction with penalties and ultimately punted from their own 10-yard line. A good 33-yard punt, but it still set up this powerful Highland Springs offense in good field position at the Bulldog 43, and it takes them only 5 plays to punch it in to regain the lead. At 25-20 right now, yep, they want the 2-point conversion to get the full touchdown lead. Martin with an empty backfield, taking that snap, looking over the middle, throwing, and incomplete. Had a couple of players there, looked like a deep slant and kind of an underneath slant almost at the same time. It went between them, incomplete, and we will take a break with 1:13 remaining in quarter number 3, 25-20 Highland Springs.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg has a brand new list of daily specials. Monday, stop on in for burger night or enjoy a nice juicy steak every Tuesday and Wednesday. The Palace Lounge also offers freshly steamed shrimp Thursdays and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Sunday is all-day breakfast, and there are drink specials daily too. So come enjoy the Palace Lounge. You can find them on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
In there. We'll check in with Colin down on the sideline after this ensuing kickoff. Aziz Foster Powell has it on the 40 to our right and ready to kick it away after a 5-play, 43-yard, 1 minute, 17-second scoring drive. High but short kick. Going to be taken on the run of the 25 along the far side by Hudson Clements. Lowers his head, gets out to the 40. Penalty marker down on the play. And let's wait and see what we will have. Let's check in with Colin down on that Martinsburg sideline, now down by 5.
Thank you, Spencer and Matt. I'm down here right now. Definitely the run defense, a current issue for Martinsburg, as you saw that last drive. But hopefully the offense can get them back on top. It's been back and forth all night. Don't expect that to change. Back up to you guys so you can get the penalty in.
Now that penalty, an illegal block, 14 penalties, 105 yards, the unofficial number for Martinsburg, and it's going to back them up. That scoring drive summary brought to you by 61st District Delegate Jason Barrett, Trusted Leadership, Real Solutions. By the way, that touchdown for Highland Springs, a 3-yard run for the quarterback Christian Martin. The 2-point conversion failed. 25-20 Martinsburg with a chance to regain the lead should they be able to find the end zone. 1:06 to play in the third on first down and 10 from their own 25. Ball on that far side hash mark as they move from left to right. Murphy Clement back out there at quarterback. Going to have Braxton Todd a yard behind him and to his left side. There's the snap back and the handoff to Braxton Todd. Looking for running room near side. There is none. Wow, great job by the linebacker filling that hole. I believe that is a 4-4, and that would be Malik Morrow according to what we have on our roster sheet. Boy, he was right there to meet him. No gain on the play. Second down and 10.
Rolling clock now, under 42 seconds left in this third quarter.
Braxton Todd at 12 carries for 52 yards. They've done a nice job as Highland Springs in slowing him down here in this second half. Jacob Barrick back out there. Remember, cramping up earlier. That's what we thought was going on, and that seemed to have been the case. Murphy Clement rolling out to his left. Ducked his shoulder in, then backed it out. Tried to turn that corner and gets tripped up. Looks like he falls forward out to about the 22-yard line. That's a gain of only 27-yard line for a gain of only 2.
They're just going to let the clock run out in the third quarter and flip sides of the field.
That would be the thing to do, and that's exactly what will happen. Quarter number 4 coming up after this timeout. It's Highland Springs 25, Martinsburg 20.
Spring Valley Farm and Orchard in beautiful Hampshire County is owned by the Cooks, Eli and Misty, and their 3 children who farm on 820 acres and grow fresh peaches, apples, corn, tomatoes, melons, squash, zucchini, beans, and more. Spring Valley Farm Market has a new location at 1793 Dry Run Road in Martinsburg and a Winchester location too. Open Monday through Saturday 9 until 5 and Sunday 9 to 4. For the freshest, highest quality fruit and produce, shop Spring Valley Farm Market. Buy fresh, buy local.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Here we go to quarter number 4 here at Highland Springs. Matt Miller along with Spencer Dupuis, Donald Kinney, and Colin Schaffner on cameras, along with Colin McLaughlin, who's our sideline reporter as well. Donna Schaffner, our producer, Nick Verzolini, back at the studio. We thank each of you for joining us. We thank everyone on the crew for all of their help, and thanks also to Athletic Director Harry Daniel III, getting us set up for this one. 3rd down and 8 as we get this fourth quarter started. It's an end around with a handoff to Hudson Clement along that right side, turning the corner. He works his way forward right out close to that 35. Did he get the first down? As he had his legs taken out from underneath of him as he landed. It all depends on where they spot the football. It should be a first down. Yeah, they're going to put it with the nose touching the 35, so that should be a first down.
Initially, it looked a little short, but I guess It's hard to see when it's on. The ball's being spotted on the other side of the field from us.
14 Bulldog first downs as they set it down right on that 35-yard line, and Martinsburg manages to convert on that 3rd and 8 as they did the end around. There was the handoff in the backfield coming left. The give was to Hudson Clement going right, and he was able to get the 8 that he needed. Looking back through that first half, yeah, it's the first time he's carried in a situation like this. So on 1st down and 10, handoff going to Braxton Todd. He bulls forward through the line, out close to the 41. That would be a pickup of 6. Nice push that time by that Bulldog front line.
Yeah, great push by that Bulldogs offensive line, and great chunk play there for Martinsburg. Now it's 2nd down and 5.
Set it at the 41-yard line.
2nd down and 4, excuse me.
Yeah, 2nd and 4. Braxton Todd, it looks like, again, a yard behind, end to the right side of the QB. Murphy Clement out there to run the show right now. 3 receivers to that short side right. Snap is back, and Murphy Clement going to keep it. Here he comes to this near side and tripped up at the 45-yard line. That's a great open field tackle right there.
Yeah, great tackle there, but also it's enough for a 1st down.
It's a 2-1 I don't have on my roster. Yeah, that gain is going to be good for 4 yards, just what he needed to pick up that 1st down. 13 carries, 114 yards unofficially for Murphy Clement, 15 Bulldog 1st downs from their own 45. 1st and 10 coming.
It's like Brandon Thomas.
Brandon Thomas, all right. He's a junior. Yeah, 5'10", 151 pounds, defensive back. On 1st down, Murphy Clement having that shotgun snap, giving it off to Braxton Todd, moving to his right, finds a tiny cutback lane. He's met in that hole and brought down at the 49 after a pickup of about 4 yards.
Great job finding that hole.
Tell you, it has been a hard-fought 62 yards on 14 carries today for Braxton Todd.
18 plus a pop.
At the end of this one, that's for sure. These two very programs, Martinsburg 5, and for Highland 5 games. Snap is back. Murphy Clement for his intended target. If it's Hudson Clement cutting across the field from right to left at the 35, but the pass too high. That'll make it a 3rd down and a 6. 8th play of the possession coming for Martinsburg from their own 49-yard line. 9:11 to play in this one.
Definitely 2 storied schools here playing on the gridiron tonight.
And this is the type of game. You feel the intensity in the air, right? I mean, you know your possessions may be limited right now, and down by 5. This is exactly what Martinsburg wanted to face. Snap goes back to Murphy Clement, turning the corner on the right side. There he goes to the far sideline, to the 30, to the 20, to the 15, the 10, the 5, and into the end zone for the Martinsburg Bulldog touchdown. Wow. He went streaking through a hole off that right side, and then when he got outside the numbers to the sideline, no one could catch him.
Great job by Clement to be able to find the way to the sideline and just be faster than everybody.
Murphy Clement in the first half had a 54-yard touchdown run on a 2nd and 7, and here on a 3rd and 6, he takes it 51 more for a score. Add that to his previous runs, and he's up to 165 yards unofficially on 14 carries and a couple of touchdowns. Wow.
That puts him up.
26-25 Martinsburg, and now the Dogs will keep that offense in as they'll bring Ezra Bajent in. Martinsburg now wanting that 2-point conversion to try to make it a 3-point game. They'll line up with 2 fullbacks to the left of the quarterback. The handoff to Braxton Todd. He'll follow those fullbacks running to his right, getting down to the goal line, but did not get in. 2-point conversion fails. We'll take the break with 9:02 remaining in this one, and Martinsburg leading 26-25.
Mark your calendar for October 15th, 16th, and 17th and plan to join us for the 42nd Annual Mountain State Apple Harvest Festival. Modified from its traditional schedule, this year's Apple Harvest Festival will feature many exciting family-friendly outdoor events for the entire community to enjoy. The Mountain State Apple Harvest Festival, sponsored by BCT, invites you to like us on Facebook and follow along for all the details of this year's 3-day event. MSAHF.com.
Ollie's VIP Northside is the best local spot to catch all of your favorite high school, college, and pro sports, or to hang out with friends. Ollie's has a great beer and cocktail menu, along with a food menu that will blow you away. Ollie's offers multiple TVs to watch the game of your choice from anywhere at the bar, or their outdoor patio with cornhole and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP Northside. We'll see you for the game.
We'll give you that Bulldog scoring drive summary of 8 plays, 75 yards, 4 minutes and 4 seconds, 51 yards on the touchdown run for Murphy Clement. He is second of the game, up to 165 yards on 14 carries, 2 scores. In the drive summary, a service of 61st District Delegate Jason Barrett. Trusted leadership, real solutions.
Definitely a candidate for the Orsini's Home Store electrifying play of the game, put the Bulldogs back on top.
Terwilliger approaches the onside kick along that far side and grabbed by an up man who quickly drops to the ground. That is Braylon Johnson, who corrals that one. And again, great field position from their own 47. This Martinsburg defense needs to make a stop with 9:02 left and just a 1-point lead, 26-25. You go back to a couple of missed extra points in that first half for Highland Springs, and that's the difference in this one now, as each team has gone for some 2-point conversion, has kind of twisted up that scoring just a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, I think another difference in this game definitely would be the call where they called a forward pass upon the receiving it, but that clearly wasn't going back and looking at the tape.
1st and 10 from their own 47. Martin out of the gun, taking that snap. He dropped the football and will pick it up, and wow, heads up play by the sophomore, able to get to the far sideline and into Bulldog territory, forced out of bounds at the 47.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a heads up play. I don't know what else you can say about it, but he was ready. Even though he wasn't ready for the snap, he was ready. He knew what he could do. He saw a lane, and he took it.
It's a gain of 6 on a busted play where he can't handle the snap cleanly. Great play to pick up positive yards and get this possession started right. Under 9 minutes now remaining in this one. Martin out of the gun with Foster Powell a yard behind him and to his right. There is the snap back and the handoff. Straight ahead running, and a nice job by Cash Gideon to get him around the ankles. Got some help on that play as well by, I believe it was Christian Slack. And good sportsmanship at the end as Slack helps Foster Powell to his feet. It's been a good battle between two teams that, you know, at the end of this one are going to shake hands and go, wow, respect.
Probably want to play another game, too.
I don't know, not tonight.
Not tonight. I mean, in the future. You got two great, both pointing at each other very good.
Well, and the good news is this game comes to Coburn Field next year, so be ready for that one. Come out and watch this team. They are good. How's a gain of just a yard, so 177 yards now on 18 carries. It's a 3rd down and 3, and they'll run a little option, and the quarterback keeps it and will not get there. Great job by the Bulldog defense, staying where they were supposed to be and able to make the play. And E.J. Hendricks, it looks like a 75 coming out of the bottom of that pile as well. Man, nice job by the Bulldogs.
Yeah, I mean, great job to it was a read option right there. And I don't know why Martin didn't toss it back, because all the defenders were enclosing on him, and I don't think there was a guy on the back.
I don't think he felt comfortable with it. Football is at the 46 of Martinsburg. It will be a 4th down and 3. They are lining up as though they will go for it. Martin awaiting that snap. He's got it. Looking. Pressure comes. He's hit. Escapes along the near side of the 40 and the 35, down to the 30 and the 25, and pushed from behind, goes out of bounds. Let's see where they'll mark him. inside the 20-yard line. Oh, my goodness. Looked like he was going to be sacked for a loss on the play. And there you go, the young athlete able to make a play all the way down to the 21-yard line.
I mean, you had it contained.
25 yards on the 4th down and 3. They get the big first down and keep this drive alive. Wow.
I mean, it's just a great football program doing what great football programs do.
He had 33 yards on 9 carries prior to that 25-yard run. All right, the Dog defense going to have to find a way to buckle down here and make a stop. 7:13 left in this one. 26-25, Martinsburg up by 1. On 1st and 10. Oh, whistle blows. Let's see what we'll get. I think we're going to get a timeout on the field. No, a delay of game. So delay of game. I wondered if a timeout had been taken, but they've already burned one. Maybe did not want to take the time to burn another one here. Want to hold that in case they need it later in the game. I've got 8 penalties, unofficially 50 yards for Highland Springs. A reminder, this 4th quarter presented on TV 10 by the Skinner Law Firm. Injury and Consumer Rights Lawyers, phone 304-245-6613, online at skinnerfirm.com. Ball now back at the 26-yard line. It's a 1st down and 15. Snap is back. Handoff going to the tailback, and Foster Powell met and brought down after a pickup of just a yard. Also, our 4th quarter presented on TV 10 by Kelly Allstate Insurance. For all of your insurance needs, call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg. Oh, they set it back at the 26, so no gain on that last play. 2nd down, 15 yards to go for a first from the Bulldog 26. 6th play of the possession coming. Down by a point, 26-25. How close do they have to get to try a field goal that could give them the lead? They've struggled with the PATs, missing a pair back in that first half.
Yeah, I think that definitely plays a part into what they're going to do. And
Martin takes the snap, slings it out far side, catch is made. That is Hodge, who will get to the sideline before eventually being forced out at the 10-yard line. A 16-yard gain on a 2nd and 15, and they get the first down.
Tackling just seems to be a real problem tonight for Martinsburg. It just doesn't seem like they're able to wrap up and finish the tackle. I don't know if that's just because of how agile and the ability of these Highland Springs players, but it just seems like they get their hands on them and they go another 4 or 5 yards.
5 of 8 for 128 yards. The unofficial numbers for Christian Martin. He's had himself a very good game. 1st down, goal to go. Football at the 10-yard line. Sticks are down on that far side. 6:16 to play in this one. Martinsburg with just a 1-point lead. Snap going back. Martin handing it off, looking to come to the near side. Tripped up and taken down in the backfield by Murphy Clement is Aziz Foster Powell. That is a big tackle in the backfield for a loss of 3.
And Murphy Clement keeps making big impact plays on defense in this half.
And boy, he's made him on offense as well, has he not? Yeah. I mean, he has had himself a very solid all-around game. We had a chance to catch up with that young man in our pregame show, our In the Huddle segment. He was fun to talk to, and well, you get the sense of how much he enjoys playing this game. 5:40 and counting in this one. Again, 26-25, the Martinsburg lead. 2nd and goal from the 13. Christian Martin out of the gun. Takes that snap. He hands it off and met in the backfield, spinning away from tackles, and eventually wrapped up and pushed out of bounds on that far side. The stop will come at about the 15. That's Quanye Venny, the senior who came in motion as a wide receiver, took that football, tried to head towards that far sideline, and bounced off several Bulldogs before eventually being driven either out of bounds, or at least they blew the play dead before he got out of bounds. But it's back to the 15. That's minus 2 more yards. He picked up 11 when they ran that play early on in this second half. Here he loses 2. It becomes 3rd down and goal to go from the 15. This Bulldog defense making a couple of huge plays. They got to do it again, at least here, and maybe on 4th down as well. 3rd and goal to go. Ball on the far side, hash mark, moving from left to right. Christian Martin awaits the snap. He's got it. Sets in the pocket, throws over the middle into the back of the end zone. Overthrows his intended target. It's incomplete. Double coverage underneath. A very tough throw and a very tough attempt, and the receiver came down a little hard in the back of the end zone after going up for that one, and that looks to be Cliff Hill. I believe that's 11, who is laying down injured out of the back of the end zone. Hopefully nothing more than a cramp, although kind of holding the hip or the lower back is the way that he came down. Leaped up into the air to try to get to that one and came down a little hard. Stops the clock with 4:27 with the incompletion and with a little injury timeout. It's going to give head coach Lauren Johnson and his coaching staff a chance to figure out exactly what they want to do, facing a 4th down and goal to go now from the 15-yard line. How about that Martinsburg defense? They have held Highland Springs to 1 of 6 on 3rd down conversions. Let's check in with Colin down on that Martinsburg sideline.
Thank you, Matt and Spencer. Down here right now just looking at the injured player for the Springers. Looks like it's his left leg. Might have landed wrong on it after that catch. At first it seemed like it might have been the wind knocked out of him, but looks like it's just a cramp in his left calf area. We'll see what happens, and we'll also see if Highland Springs kicks a field goal here or not. I was talking to a chain gang member down here on the sideline, and they said it might be difficult due to a former kicker graduating last year, so it's a brand-new guy this year. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Colin, when you look at the 2 missed PATs back in that first half. The confidence of your kicker and your confidence in that kicking game in this situation, do you put it on the leg of that kicker? It's at the 15. Typically, you're going to see that setup be about 7 yards behind that line of scrimmage. So you're looking at what would be a 32, maybe even as far back as a 33-yard field goal attempt. So I don't know that you do that. I got a feeling Highland Springs will say, look, let's go for it. If we don't get it with 4:27 left, it's in the hands of our defense to get that football back and give us good field position to try to, make a run at it. Right now down 26-25. If you're Martinsburg, you got to be aware, though, too. There was a 4th and 3 earlier in this possession, and the QB, Christian Martin, escaped for 25 yards. And then later they had a 2nd down and 15, and Martin completed that pass to Hodge for 16 yards. So they've come up with some big plays in some long yardage situations earlier in this drive. That's got to be in the back of the mind of the Bulldogs as well. 4th down, a goal to go from the 15. Thankfully, the injured player to his feet, and Cliff Hill gingerly walking here to the sideline. Hopefully just a cramp, and he'll be able to get back out there soon. Here we go. Martinsburg back out from their sideline. The defense ready to go. The offense for Highland Springs making their way out. Ball on that far side, hash mark. So the wide side of the field is here to the right. 2 receivers this way. Got a tight end to this side as well. Martin taking the shotgun snap. A 3-step drop. Throwing into the end zone. Tipped away at the last second on the dive. Is that Murphy Clement? Why not? It is. He's done everything tonight. Ended for Quanye Venny, but knocked away.
Definitely a candidate for the WVU Medicine Player of the Game.
Yeah,
Clement just doing it all tonight for Martinsburg. Wow. Tyler forcing them. Are they going to kick the field goal here? Or are they going to go?
No. That was 4th down. This is Martinsburg football taking over with 4:22 to play in this one. And now the Dogs have to find a way to pick up some first down. Their own 15-yard line on a 1st down and 10 with 4:22 left and clinging to a 26-25 lead.
Clinging is the word I would definitely use here, especially after that stop.
Snap is back. That was Ezra Bajan in there at quarterback, and he gives to Braxton Todd. Finds a little opening before being taken down out close to the 19. A pickup of 4, 2nd and 6 coming.
The way Todd ran on that, he won 6.
Yeah, put that head down as he came through that hole, taking on any contact. He's up to 66 yards on 15 carries. And Martinsburg will take their time. Let some time run off that clock down to 3:52, 3:51, 3:50 and counting. 2nd down and 6 from their own 19. Murphy Clement looks like back out there now at quarterback. Braxton Todd in the backfield with him. There is the snap. Hard to be his lead blocker. Wow, he takes on a defensive back and then goes down at about the 22-yard line. So that game would be good for, let's say, 3, maybe 4. Yeah, give him 4 as they're going to send – nope, 22. So there it is. Go back to that 3-yard gain, Matt. 3rd down and 3 yards to go for a first. The Dogs, 5 of 11 unofficially on 3rd down conversions so far in this one. Need to get this first down for a chance to run more time off that clock, as they won't snap until less than 3 minutes to play. Murphy Clement has Braxton Todd to his right side. There is the snap. Todd will be a lead blocker, quarterback keeper. I'm trying to
looks like he got it.
Jumble my words as he goes off that right side of the line. And, yep, he does get across the 25 out to the 26. That game will be good for 4, and the Bulldogs get a first down. 6 of 12 on 3rd down conversions. Unofficially 17 first downs on the night for the Dogs. A chance to run more time off that clock. Down to 2:42, 2:40 and counting. Snap is back, and that is Bajan out there this time at quarterback, and the handoff to Braxton Todd breaks it off that right side down the far sideline. He's to the 40 and the 30. It's a foot race to the 20. He will get to the 10, to the 5, and into the end zone, outrunning Kwanye Venny. And it looks like a TD, but yep, a penalty marker down in the backfield. Boy, he busted through a hole off that right side, and he is down. I hope it's just a cramp, as he was kind of pulling up while crossing the goal line, and we'll have a chop block on Martinsburg that will bring back what would have been a 75-yard touchdown run.
And that's got to be brutal and deflating for if you're Martinsburg. You just got a touchdown to make the score even more than it is. You could put yourselves up 7, possibly 8, and you just commit a penalty, another penalty. Just keep shooting themselves in the foot.
I would have that as 15 penalties now, 115 yards whistled against Martinsburg. Still the training crew tending to Braxton Todd, laying out of the back of the end zone down to our left. You could see Todd pulling up at about the 5-yard line just before getting into the end zone. The way they are looking at that leg and stretching it out, you got to hope that it is just a cramp.
And I was gonna bring that up until I saw the flag. And that's the same thing that he kind of did when he had the 80-plus yard touchdown run at Musselman a few weeks back in his first game back. Is he was just able to stave off the defender after he had slowed up.
Now the penalty going to move that football back inside the 15, all the way back to about the 12-yard line. And that is huge. It will remain first down. But they got to get all the way out to the 35, so it's roughly 1st and 23 for the Dogs. Now the good news is still try to run a little bit of time off this clock with 2:26 left. 26-25, Martinsburg with the lead. They continue to tend to Braxton Todd. Let's quickly recap how this one has played out. As Highland Springs took a 7-0 lead at the 8:12 mark of the first half. A 3-yard touchdown run for Takai Heath on a little end-around type play or a jet sweep type play. Martinsburg would answer to tie at 7-7 with a 54-yard touchdown run for Murphy Clement. That was at 6:18 to play in the first half. Bouncing right back, scoring at the 6-minute mark was Highland Springs, as it was a 72-yard touchdown pass from Christian Martin going to Kai Heath, and that put them in front 13-7 as the extra point attempt was missed. Martinsburg answered with a 79-yard touchdown pass. Murphy Clement to Hudson Clement, PAT from 30 yards out after some penalties, made it 14-13 Martinsburg. Then a 10-yard run for a score for Aziz Foster Powell made it 19-14 Highland Springs, but a 28-yard field goal with 18 seconds left in the half brought Martinsburg to within 2 at 19-17. at the half. We'll pick up the scoring after this as we're back to action as the injured player to the sideline, Braxton Todd. Let's see if he'll get back into this game at all. And we have an illegal procedure on Martinsburg, -5. 16 penalties, 120 yards, the unofficial total for the Dogs. And now it becomes a 1st and 28, and they're all the way back inside their own 10 at about the 7. Now you got to be extremely cautious, because you don't want to have any kind of a miscue here where you have a turnover and lose this football. So from about the 7 or 8 yard line as they set it down. I think we're having some difficulty of some sort. We'll keep things going here. There is the snap back, and it's Murphy Clement going to keep it on the run, and he will get across the 10 to the 11-yard line. So give him a pickup of just about 4, and let's see if Coach Lauren Johnson going to need to burn a timeout, and I think he is. All right, let's take a 30-second break. Don't want to miss any of the action here. 2:17 remaining in this one, a 30-second timeout with Martinsburg leading Highland Springs 26-25.
Whether you're heading to a high school, college, or professional football game, Johnny's has all your tailgating go-tos. Delicious wings, meatballs, shrimp, burgers, and dogs. Plus, Johnny's has everything you need to serve it all up. Party trays, utensils, plates, cups, and more. Stop by either of our 2 great locations, 1456 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, and Route 11 South in Chambersburg.
Get ready, I'll come to you. 2:17 left in this one, a 1-point lead for Martinsburg. Let's check in with Colin down on that Bulldog sideline.
Thank you, guys. Just trying to hear what's going on in the huddle. It looks like Braxton Todd still hurt after that big run. Haven't gotten official word what exactly it is yet. I'll try my best to get it after the game when I talk to Coach Sherman. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Colin. Colin, we'll talk with Coach Sherman after this one wraps up. 2:17 left, 26-25. Martinsburg with a 1-point lead. Highland Springs, I have them down to 1 timeout remaining.
The scoreboard has them down to 0 timeouts remaining.
2:24, 2nd and 24. That's what I'm looking at. Snap goes back to Murphy Clement, running to his right. Oh, my. Got through the initial hole and then got tripped up at the 20-yard line. A shoestring tackle as he falls forward to the 21. That's a gain of about 10.
What a great job right there to get 10 on the play. So clock winds under 150 left. And this is a great game.
Brings up a 3rd down and 14. Yeah, must be no timeouts remaining for Highland Springs, as they did not try to stop the clock in that situation. 3rd down, 14 yards to go for a Bulldog first from their own 21. Martinsburg does have timeouts, so let's see if they wait and then use one, and that is exactly what will happen. Let's again take a 30-second break and then come back as we continue to bring the action to you from here at Victor W. Kreider Memorial Stadium. 1:25 remaining in this one, in Martinsburg leading Highland Springs 26-25.
I don't think they put Braxton back in.
No.
Even if he's good.
Nah, Murphy's not losing the ball at all. It'll be in his hands throughout. The Collinator. Hey, we only took 30 again this late in the game.
You need to keep your vehicle in good working order, but car and truck repairs can be very costly. Bears Repair in Martinsburg performs all kinds of auto repairs at prices most often well below their competition. Bears Repair offers tune-ups, oil change and lubrication, small and large engine and transmission repair, wheel balancing, front-end alignment, exhaust system replacement, air conditioning checks, auto inspections, and new tires. Stop by for a free estimate at Bears Repair, 904 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Phone 262-0208. Bears Repair.
Highland Springs. It will be Murphy Clement who will be in there at quarterback, and I believe that's Big Eric King now in behind him, who's going to be a lead blocker. There's the snap back. King is that lead blocker, and Murphy Clement taken down very quickly. Looks like he's going to gain about 2.
I mean, good thing for Martinsburg here is that you can just let the clock wind down and take a timeout, because Highland Springs has no timeouts left. So they can just let the play clock run out.
We'll see how long they let it go down. Again, we don't have play clocks here that we can see.
Clock now under 53 seconds.
Should end up at about 45, I'm imagining, and we'll wait and get that timeout. There it is, the timeout coming with 40.3 seconds left. Again, we'll keep it here. I don't know if they'll use the fullness of this timeout or not. Hey, but here's, I mean, it's scary because you know the athletes that are going to be out on this field for Highland Springs that can make something happen in special teams. I'm sure Martinsburg lines up and maybe even uses Ezra Bajan for that, you know, kind of a pooch punt or quick punt again. But I think either way, Highland Springs is going to put somebody back to be able to grab this kick.
Yeah, I mean, both sides, there's a lot of situations that could come up on this punt.
Anything could happen. 40 seconds are still on that clock.
Any given Friday, right?
Yeah. It ain't over till it's over. This has been a fun game. We talked to you about the scoring through that first half, 19-17 Highland Springs coming into the second half. It was a 40-yard field goal that was made by Brent Terwilliger to give the Bulldogs a 20-19 lead early on in that third quarter. Stayed that way until late in the third when a 3-yard touchdown run for the quarterback Christian Martin put Highland Springs in front 25-20. But then Martinsburg, with 9:02 left, got a 51-yard touchdown run from Murphy Clements. And the Dogs lead 26-25. Here we go. Looks like it is Bajent who is out there. Kick, wow, a little low end-over-end kick. And will be, well, going to stand over it and wait until the officials. 9 seconds left.
This is a down-to-the-wire game. I definitely 100% expected this to be a game that comes down to the final. I thought it would be the final quarter. It's the final 30 seconds.
From their own first and 10, no timeouts and on that clock. And this Christian Martin, the lineup in the shotgun with Aziz Foster Powell near him to his right side. Two receivers head each way. Martinsburg just rushing 3. They've dropped everyone else back. Incomplete. In behind, one receiver front looked to be Elijah Witt. Was Michael Hodge, and the ball kind of went between the two.
Had some pressure coming, and it looks like, no, I was wrong number. I was looking at the wrong style of number. For some reason, I thought Braxton was on the field. But the 70 looks, the 70 has a short, the slide for the 7 is very short.
Yeah, that is Martinsburg's Aiden Fleming. Yeah, he'll put some pressure on you, all right. There is the snap back and the throw coming near side and down low, intended for the target, Latrell Sutton, and that one is incomplete. Sutton would have had a gain of about 5 if he were able to get his hands underneath of it and hang on, but it's incomplete.
And if you're a fan of football, this is the kind of game you want to see. Comes down to the wire.
Now Martinsburg is going to go ahead and burn a timeout. One more time. Let's take 30 and then come back with just 23 seconds left in this one, and Martinsburg up by 1.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
It has been a fun one. If Martinsburg is going to make it 65 wins in their last 66 games, they are going to earn it here tonight. Right now with a 26-25 lead 23 seconds left. Highland Springs football from their own 49-yard line, facing a 3rd down and 10. Out of the shotgun, Christian Martin, pretty much an empty backfield. He awaits that snap. He is flushed a little bit, rolls near side, lets it go. Grab is made, and stepping out of bounds, Latrell Sutton as he got down to that Martinsburg 42-yard line. He's going to pick up just about, 8?
9?
Yeah, make it 9 as they set it down to that 42. So, yep, a 9-yard gain, and it brings up 4th down and a yard, and they've got to get this to be able to keep it going.
Sutton really was the safety valve on all the three plays that were just running. He was used on that final play to get 9 yards.
On a 4th down and 1 with 16 seconds left. The snap is back. Martin flushed. Going to have to run for it to the near side. He didn't get out of bounds. He wasn't able to get out of bounds. He did get the 1st down, so the clock should stop just enough for them to set the chains. Yeah, but with 8 seconds left, they're going to have to snap it quickly from the Bulldog 38. After the gain of about 4, they will spike it to stop the clock with 6.7 seconds left. Wow, the Dogs got very good pressure, but again, another heads-up play by the sophomore quarterback to pick up the 1st down, unofficially the 17th first down in this one for the Springers. And now after spiking that football for an incompletion to stop the clock from the 38 of Martinsburg, it will bring up a 2nd down and 10. Snap coming back out of the shotgun. Martin has it down to 5, down to 4. Martin throwing deep and into the end zone where it's knocked away by Roman Pearson. The clock is at 0. The ball game is over, and Martinsburg gets the victory 26-25 as the Bulldogs sideline comes charging onto the field, celebrating a huge
Looking to buy a home in the Eastern Panhandle? Having trouble getting your house sold? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as the #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Phone 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
The right attorney can make all the difference in the outcome of your case.
I called Sutton & Janelle, the best lawyers you could ask for.
Sutton & Janelle Attorneys at Law. 70 years of collective legal experience, family law, criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, and mediation.
Sutton & Janelle got the most favorable outcome I could have expected.
Visit Sutton & Janelle's new historic location, 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Online at suttonandjanelle.com. Sutton & Janelle Attorneys at Law. They value your rights and are passionate about you.
Laura. Hey, Laura. What's with the sunglasses? Ouch.
The word is spreading. Bechtel Jewelers is home to some dangerously brilliant diamonds.
See the difference at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood. Sunglasses not included.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
The Mid-Atlantic Group has been serving the area's insurance needs for 40 years. We are an independent insurance agency, therefore we can offer insurance from many insurance companies, find the right coverage at the right price with easy payment plan. Located at 201 West Martin Street in Martinsburg, the Mid-Atlantic Group is easily accessible from Morgan, Jefferson, and Berkeley County. To set up an appointment with a local insurance professional, give them a call today at 304-267-8989. That's the Mid-Atlantic Group at 201 West Martin Street in Martinsburg. Let them help insure you today.
Spring Valley Farm and Orchard in beautiful Hampshire County is owned by the Cooks, Eli and Misty, and their 3 children who farm on 820 acres and grow fresh peaches, apples, corn, tomatoes, melons, squash, zucchini, beans, and more. Spring Valley Farm Market has a new location at 1793 Dry Run Road in Martinsburg and a Winchester location too. Open Monday through Saturday 9 until 5 and Sunday 9 to 4. For the freshest, highest quality fruit and produce, shop Spring Valley Farm Market. Buy fresh, buy local.
Give me another 20, another 20.
Seconds.
Another 20. Down to about 10. Hang on. Oh, we apologize. A little technical difficulty right at the end of this one. Martinsburg getting the victory 26-25. Getting into our post-game show brought to you by the Palace Lounge on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg with a full lunch and dinner menu with daily specials and a clean, comfortable atmosphere. Check out the menu on the Palace Lounge Facebook page. Hey, they've broken their huddle. Let's send it down. Martinsburg head coach Britt Sherman is with Colin McLaughlin.
All right, thank you, Matt and Spencer. I'm down here with, again, victorious head coach Britt Sherman. Congrats on the win. How's it feel to be 4-0?
It's unreal. It really is. And, you know, what a high school football game. My gosh. Just a great job by our guys. And we told them it was going to be guts. It was going to be guts the whole game, and they came through. It was amazing.
Big game from Murphy Clement. What are your comments about his performance tonight?
He's a sophomore, and I'm happy about that because he's a player. He is a heck of a player. And, I mean, he came down here and showed today he can play with the big boys anywhere. And he's a player, and I'm just glad he's my player. I know that.
All right, moving on next week. What are you hoping for?
Get better next week. We got to get better every single day and every week. No matter who our opponent is, we got to get better every single day and just do what we do and just, you know, get better.
All right, thanks, Coach Sherman. Again, congrats on the win. Let's send it back up to you guys up top.
Yeah, thank you, Colin. Great job down on the sidelines. Along with Spencer Dupuy, I'm Matt Miller, Colin McLaughlin on the sideline, Donald Kinney and Colin Schaffner running cameras. Donna Schaffner, our on-site producer, Nick Verzolini back at the studio. Wow, as you heard from the head coach, what a high school football game. Martinsburg down by 2 at the half, 19-17. They trailed 7-0. But got a touchdown, a 54-yard run from Murphy Clement to tie it at 7. Went down 13-7, but it was Murphy Clement to Hudson Clement for a 79-yard touchdown pass. The 30-yard extra point for Brent Terwilliger made it 14-13. Dogs had a short-lived lead as a touchdown for Highland Springs put them back in front 19-14. Martinsburg getting a 28-yard field goal from Terwilliger right at the end of the half, and they were down by 2 at 19-17. Then in quarter number 3, Martinsburg recovers an onside kick on the opening kick of the second half. They get a 22-yard gain, and then that was it. But it was more than enough. 40-yard field goal up and good for Terwilliger, and Martinsburg led 20-19. It wouldn't be until late in quarter number 3 that Highland Springs would score. It was a 3-yard touchdown run for the quarterback, Christian Martin. That made it 25-20 as the 2-point conversion attempt failed. That would leave the window open for Martinsburg as they would get a score from 51 yards out as Murphy Clement did it again on a long run. Martinsburg took the 26-25 lead, went for the 2-point conversion to make it a 3-point game, but their 2-point conversion failed. In the end, though, the defense was able to make plays, and Martinsburg holds on for that 1-point win. Spencer, just a great football game and a great effort for both of these teams, and a very big win for Martinsburg.
Definitely a big win for Martinsburg, and going into this one, as they talk, especially at halftime, what you heard Coach Sherman say was that they wanted to play with the big dogs, and this was them playing with big dogs and having to be big dogs playing in the game, and took them guts, and they gutted out the win.
Yeah, they absolutely did. We'll come back and tell you more about it as we take a look at some of the numbers, continuing on our Palace Lounge postgame show after this 2-minute timeout. Again, Martinsburg with the win, 26-25.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg has a brand new list of daily specials. Monday, stop on in for burger night or enjoy a nice juicy steak every Tuesday and Wednesday. The Palace Lounge also offers freshly steamed shrimp Thursdays and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Sunday is all-day breakfast, and there are drink specials daily too. So come enjoy the Palace Lounge. You can find them on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard.
Conveniently located at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, Sunset Car Wash's staff specializes in keeping your car clean. From our famous 3-minute cloth wash to our touchless automatic and 6 self-serve bays, we offer whatever preference you have for your car wash needs. If your vehicle could talk, it would say, "Take me to Sunset Car Wash." At Sunset Car Wash at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, locally owned and operated.
The right attorney can make all the difference in the outcome of your case.
I called Sutton and Janelle, the best lawyers you could ask for.
Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. 70 years of collective legal experience. Family law, criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, and mediation.
Sutton and Janelle got the most favorable outcome I could have expected.
Visit Sutton and Janelle's new historic location, 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Online at suttonandjanelle.com. Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. They value your rights and are passionate about your success.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is Prevent, Promote, Protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Back again on the Palace Lounge post-game show. Let's take a look at some of the final numbers from this one. Post-game stats brought to you by Dynamark Atlantic Security. They remind you, don't be a statistic. Protect your family, home, and business with the local alarm professionals at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call our friend Ben Copenhaver at 304-671-2158. Let's begin with Highland Springs. We had him at 218 yards in the first half on 22 plays, 28 plays, 168 yards in that second half. That is 50 plays for 386 yards, 249 on the ground, 187 through the air. 1 of 7 on third down conversions, 2 of 3 on fourth down conversions. Looking back through their penalty totals, 8 for 50 yards. They had roughly 17 first downs. They did have 2 turnovers, 1 on special teams, unable to handle an onside kick, and then 1 a fumble after a 48-yard run. That was a big turning point in this game as well.
That was a huge turning point in this game, and I think it was the ability for, I believe it was Clement to come in there, and I think it was Murphy Clement that Peanut Tillman punched that out.
Well, the young man that had that long run, Aziz Foster Powell, he had himself a game. We've got him at 174 yards on 20 carries, able to find pay dirt at the end of that first half as he had a 10-yard touchdown run. Also running the football, a good game for Christian Martin as he had 11 carries for 62 yards, and the quarterback able to get in from 3 yards out. Throwing the football, Martin just 6 of 14.
Home Helpers of the Eastern Panhandle, making life easier for you, your family, and especially your loved ones that need their care. They are locally owned and searching for smiling faces to hire so that your loved one can stay in their home where they are the happiest. Call 304-433-8000 or visit homehelpershomecare.com/panhandle. Or you can visit them at 3192 Winchester Avenue right here in Martinsburg. Each office is independently owned and operated.
Yeah, a forward lateral in that case.
He pulled it out of his hands. I don't think that was a lateral at all.
All right, so Martinsburg ends up going 6 of 13 on third down conversions. They were 0 of 2 on fourth down conversions. We had the Dogs at roughly 17 first downs and 16 penalties for 120 yards. Certainly something, the coaching staff will want to work on. Martinsburg with one turnover, and that was an INT back in that first half. Individually for the Bulldogs, Murphy Clement, 19 carries, 188 yards, and touchdown runs of 51 yards and 54 yards. He also had a 79-yard touchdown pass as he would go 3 of 7 passing for 103 yards and that score. Also running the football, 15 carries, 66 yards. A solid day for Braxton Todd as he got a lot of tough yards between the tackles.
A lot of tough yards, and you just hope he's okay.
Yeah, it went out late in the game, hopefully just a cramp. We will wait and see as this week plays out. 10 of 16 passing, 115 yards, no touchdowns, and a pick for Ezra Bajent. Did a solid job in his time out there at quarterback in this two-platoon system. Some great numbers all the way around for the Bulldogs as they get the victory by the final of 26-25. The Dogs now at 4-0. Highland Springs is 2-2. All right, final 2-minute timeout, and when we wrap up, we will come back and hand out some awards, tell you about our next broadcast, and then send it back to the studio for the Extra Point postgame scoreboard show. This is West Virginia High School Football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV 10.
Home Helpers of the Eastern Panhandle, making life easier for you, your family, and especially your loved ones that need their care. They are locally owned and searching for smiling faces to hire so that your loved one can stay in their home where they are the happiest. Call 304-433-8000 or visit homehelpershomecare.com/panhandle. Or you can visit them at 3192 Winchester Avenue right here in Martinsburg. Each office is independently owned and operated.
Mark your calendar for October 15th, 16th, and 17th and plan to join us for the 42nd Annual Mountain State Apple Harvest Festival. Modified from its traditional schedule, this year's Apple Harvest Festival will feature many exciting family-friendly outdoor events for the entire community to enjoy. The Mountain State Apple Harvest Festival, sponsored by BCT, invites you to like us on Facebook and follow along for all the details of this year's 3-day event. MSAHF.com.
The Honda Civic and the Accord are uniquely stylish in their own way. But do you know what they have in common? Reliability and comfort? Sure. Available turbocharged engines? Of course. But also, the driver, having fun for no reason, except for the thrill of driving a Honda. Kelley Blue Book's 2021 Best Value Brand.
Miller Honda, south of Winchester, home of the lifetime powertrain warranty. www.mymillerhonda.com.
Based on 2021 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit kbb.com for more information.
Before the invitations and the dress, the flowers, cake, candles, or vows, there was an answer to a question proposed with a ring.
Bechtel Jewelers knows that an important part of your wedding happens before the I-dos. We're a diamond store with an engagement and bridal jewelry selection that's both exciting and accessible.
On the big day, there's everything else, and there's the ring. Make sure you get this one right at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood.
All right, we are back one final time here at Highland Springs, and it's time for us to name some award winners. So let's just go through our list based on how I hung my cheat sheets here. So let's just go to the Cody's Body Shop collision of the game.
There was a lot of collisions this game, and I think there was one in the first half. I can't remember who it is for some reason because it's not there, but it was down on this end of the field. to the right of us. I'm just blanking on who it was for some reason. I don't know why. I've had a long day.
So a collision of the game from the first half, brought to you by Cody's Body Shop at 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg. Family-owned, they offer superior customer service, great pricing, and a job well done by experienced certified technicians. Phone them at 304-901-4777 or visit their Facebook page. All right, the Kelly Allstate Insurance good hands catch of the game.
It was right in front of us, right between the 20 and the 30, or the 30, I'd say 30 and 40, with that touchdown for Highland Springs where the player was bobbling it, and he got it back in and then ran straight down in the end zone for the touchdown.
Yeah, that was that big 79-yarder, and that was number 2 to Kai Heath, who was able to pull that one in and hang on to it. And that is brought to you as the catch of the game by Kelly Allstate Insurance. For all of your insurance needs, call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg. The Orsini's electrifying play of the game.
For me, this is an easy one. I don't know about you, Matt. We were kind of having this discussion during the break. It's got to be Clement to Clement, 79-yard touchdown pass, 4:33 left in the second quarter.
I'll argue with you in this regard. I think maybe his 51-yard touchdown run with 9:02 left that proves to be the game winner was equally as electrifying as he darted through that hole and went down that far sideline, and it proves to be the game winner. I might go with that one, but I'm there with you. Clement to Clement was a pretty exciting one as well.
You can't beat brother to brother.
No, that's true. Yeah, you got two brothers involved there. So
and it was nearly 80 yards.
All right, it's brought to you by Orsini's Home Store, not just an appliance store any longer. They're at 360 Hack Wilson Way, Martinsburg, and online at Orsinis.com. All right, it's time for the final award of the evening, the player of the game. I'm going first. Honorable mention to Brent Terwilliger, who did an outstanding job as the place kicker, including a 30-yard PAT, a 28-yard field goal at the end of the half, and a 40-yard field goal, getting the second half started that actually put Martinsburg up by a point at that time. And frankly, they win by a point without his great play tonight. Martinsburg doesn't get the win, but in the end, I know where you're going and rightfully deserved.
Well, I mean, you're right, but I think without this player, 3 total touchdowns, 285-plus yards, Murphy Clement.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, what he did was outstanding, 188 rushing yards and 103 passing yards. Found pay dirt a couple of times on some long runs, had a long pass in there as well. Murphy Clement, our player of the game, brought to you by WVU Medicine, Berkeley, and Jefferson Medical Centers, leading healthcare here and everywhere. All right, next up for the Bulldogs, 1 week from tonight, they will be on the road again, but a little closer to home as they will travel to Hedgesville in Berkeley County, and they will take on the Eagles, and that game time is at 7, and we'll have the broadcast beginning with our pregame at 6 p.m. We'll find out how the Eagles fared tonight. Jefferson, Musselman, Spring Mills, and Washington as well, as Nick Verzolini is standing by with our Extra Point post-game scoreboard show. It comes your way in just a moment. We thank you for joining us on each of our broadcast entities. Thank you to our sponsors supporting our coverage of high school football. Thank you to our broadcast team, Donna Schaffner, our on-site producer, Nick Verzolini back at the studio, Colin McLaughlin down on the sideline, kind of our technical guy here tonight as well, Colin Schaffner, Donald Kinney running cameras. Spencer Dupuy is my partner.
Shout out to the Schaffner family coming in clutch today. 3 people on the broadcast.
Absolutely. Thanks to A.D. Harry Daniel III for all of his help and support with our broadcast tonight. And thanks to Bill Harper, Martinsburg statistician, always keeping us up on the Martinsburg Bulldogs. Matt Miller wrapping things up for here. Don't go away. Nick Verzolini coming up next. We remind you, our final score, Martinsburg gets the win here at Highland Springs, 26-25. Until next Friday, so long, everyone.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
The WVU Heart and Vascular Institute is pleased to announce the continued expansion of services in the Eastern region with the addition of vascular surgeon Omar Nadra. Board certified in general surgery, Dr. Nadra holds certifications in laparoscopic surgery, endoscopic surgery, and advanced airway management. The WVU Heart and Vascular Institute is at the Dorothy McCormick Center in Martinsburg with additional clinics nearby in Shepherdstown, Winchester, and Hagerstown. For more info or to schedule an appointment, call 304-350-3273 or visit mywvuheart.com.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg has a brand new list of daily specials. Monday, stop on in for burger night or enjoy a nice juicy steak every Tuesday and Wednesday. The Palace Lounge also offers freshly steamed shrimp Thursdays and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Sunday is all-day breakfast and there are drink specials daily too. So come enjoy the Palace Lounge. You can find them on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard.
Hi, my name's Corey, and I'm here at Orsini's in beautiful Martinsburg, West Virginia. We no longer specialize in only appliances. We have kitchen design, countertops, cabinets, flooring, and even a new 1,200 square foot sleep studio with brands such as Stearns & Foster, Sealy, and Tempur-Pedic. 304-267-7251, 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg. We price match the big box stores, and we give back to our local community.
Orsini's.com.
We welcome you into the Home Helpers Extra Point post-game show. Martinsburg gets the win in a thriller, Game of the Year, probably nominee in terms of competition over Highland Springs. Martinsburg gets the win 26-25. I'm Nick Verzolini here with your scoreboard update, and then we'll wrap this one up. Jefferson taking on Spring Mills tonight. It was a top 10 battle in the state, but Jefferson gets the win, a huge one in the EPAC. The Cougars stay undefeated, a 34-7 win over Spring Mills. Hedgesville struggles on the road at Morgantown to fall in that game, 62-20. Tough one for Musselman tonight, a 49-43 loss to Sharando of Virginia. That's Sharando's first win of the season. Washington and Independence, it's a win for Independence as they defeat Washington 35-14, and then we'll get you the rest of the Mountain State scores. We'll start at the beginning of AAA tonight. Again, that University Wheeling Park game is going to be played tomorrow, but Huntington continues to cruise early on in the season, a 30-14 win over number 5 George Washington. Robert C. Byrd in Preston was postponed. Princeton and Lindsley was also postponed. Bridgeport beats Fairmont Senior in a thriller. Fairmont Senior trying to upset a 2A over a AAA, but Bridgeport gets the win 35-28. Cabell Midland pulls away from Hurricane in the second half to win 44-25. Parkersburg beats Parkersburg South in that rivalry 28-19. Spring Valley crushes St. Albans 54-0. Greenbrier East over Buchanan Upshur 56-14. John Marshall over Trimble of Ohio 34-33. Great game there. Lincoln County over Oak Hill. This was a great game too, 44-41. This might be the best week of the early on high school football season. Marietta beating Ripley 34-14. Hampshire gets the win over Parkview of Sterling, Virginia, 69-37. A lot of points scored in that one. Capital beating Riverside right now, 42-22. That one we don't have a final on yet. And then we go to AA, where Kaiser is beating Robert C. Byrd 28-23. That's number 4 over number 1 at AA. Berkeley Springs got crushed by Frankfort tonight, 67-26. Herbert Hoover put a beating on Wyoming East. 70-6 was the final in that one, and probably could have put on more if they wanted to. Lincoln, over Nicholas County, 21-13. Liberty Raleigh beats Logan 30-14. Scott beating Sherman right now, 40-20. Point Pleasant over Oak Glen, 42-7. Independence, the other Independence, beating Shady Spring 50-17. Clay County over Sissonville 18-7. East Fairmont beating Braxton County 24-20. Liberty Harrison over Philip Barber 34-26. Martins Ferry of Ohio beats Weir 38-7. Chapmanville over Nitro 29-18. Winfield beating Wayne 35-20. And then finally here the Class A scores. East Hardy over Tigris Valley 30-14. Madonna over Matthews of Ohio 14-6. Shadyside over Wheeling Central, an upset there. Well, not really because they're not in the same state, but a 33-21 win over Wheeling Central. Ritchie County over St. Mary's 36-7. Williamstown beats up on Buffalo 49-6. Gilmer County beats Wamaha 40-20. Greenbrier West over Webster County 58-6. Ritt County beats Ravenswood 24-14. Pocahontas County beats Petersburg 21-12. Montcalm and Craig County, no score there. That one was postponed. Man over Mingo Central. Look at this score. 7-6. A battle for the Hillbillies, and they prevail in that one. Clay Battelle beats Bellsville, Ohio 50-18. James Monroe over Meadowbridge 50-12. Tucker County falls to Moorfield 45-14. Mount View beats Summers County 28-14. Couple more games postponed. Rearview beats Hurley, Virginia 30-22. Grafton was leading at the end of the third quarter 21-14 over South Harrison. No final in that one. And then the rest of the games in Class A were postponed. So that does it for my portion and the entire Palace Lounge post-game show. Make sure to join us tomorrow for Shepherd University Rams football. The Rams keep going at 2 p.m. with a 1:30 pregame as they take on IUP in what should be a great game, a top 25 matchup between those two teams. So, join us for that one. That should be fun, and that will do it for the Palace Lounge post-game show. Again, Martinsburg with the win tonight, 26-25 over Highland Springs of Virginia.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones?
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk. See dealer for details.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
And that concludes today's postgame show. Be sure to tune in each week throughout the regular and postseason for more West Virginia high school football. Today's game has been brought to you by
Bechtel Jewelers, the Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Friends of Jason Barrett, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, Kelly Allstate Agency, Milestone Realty, Miller Honda, the Mid-Atlantic Group, the Mirius Group, Orsini's Home Store, the Palace Lounge, Parsons Ford, Rocks, Spring Valley Farm Market, Sunset Car Wash, the Sutton and Janelle Law Firm, Smallwood and Small Insurance, and WVU Medicine, Berkeley Medical Center, and Jefferson Medical Center.
For the best in high school, college, and NFL coverage all season long, keep it tuned in to Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg. All rights reserved.
TV 10 and